Minutes of us being late. Welcome all to this workshop we'll be doing today. Last night, the participants and a few of us met, and essentially the idea is to give context to reportage from the Middle East. And what we've tried to do is bring people who cover areas that us, as Israelis, Israeli journalists, Israeli analysts, Israeli academics, cannot get to. And therefore, we've called it a Giving Middle East Context. Reporters view the world they cover. Before Oded opens, I just want to sincerely apologize in the name of Stephen Farrell, who until yesterday was going to be with us, and at the very last minute was called to London to deal with the situation he was in when he was kidnapped by the Taliban for a few days, and then released in a military action in which human lives were lost and caused a very deep dilemma about how far do you go in doing a story, and what are the limits in doing a story, and that's exactly the subjects we want to cover today. Ethan Broner, the New York Times bureau chief, very, very kindly agreed to replace Steve in that Steve's job and Ethan's job is to give this day context and to frame the day. But before we start with Ethan, I would call on Oded Eran, who is the director of the Institute for National Security Studies, to say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. The guests who will speak don't only bring the news, but they also brought the rain finally to Israel, which is good news. I just want to say that as an avid reader of everything that comes out on the Middle East, and I suppose many in this audience are avid readers of what is being written on the Middle East, there's hardly a day when there isn't a story about those who write the stories. I look at the press coming out from Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iraq, our own country, our own region, immediate region, and it is fascinating to see, fascinating is maybe an understatement or not the right word, the risks that the journalists face in doing their job and doing it properly. It is amazing. In Iran, the local stringers, as you call them, and the foreign press, hardly a day when there isn't an incident, there isn't an arrest, there isn't any attempt by the governments to make the professional and the personal life of those who cover the events as difficult as possible. And some do spend their life in jails. It is, in my view, something which we as readers most of the time are not aware of. The second comment that I want to make is that we in Israel, we are sometimes oblivious to what happens on the other side of the fence, literally, basically, in our case, in terms of the life of our neighbors, the Palestinians, and certainly when it comes to the life on the other side of the border, whatever it is. There are certain countries to which we could go, and some still go, but it's not something similar to what happens in the case of Europe or the United States, where we can travel easily. Some of it is not, of course, our own decision. We cannot go to Syria, and we cannot go to Lebanon and other countries. And so it is difficult for an ordinary Israeli to really feel and to smell, so to say, the life on the other side. And so you, our guest today, will bring us some of it, being in person here, and we certainly appreciate the effort to come and the willingness to come and tell us how you do the job, what does it take to do the job that you do on a daily basis. And it is very important to us to be able to listen to you and to get your own immediate impressions. And so thank you very much, and I'm sure that we are going to have a very interesting day in front of us.
Thank you, Oded. I'd like to introduce Ethan Broner. Ethan is the bureau chief of the New York Times in Israel. Previous to that, he was the deputy foreign editor at the New York Times. Previous to that, I met him when he was doing the Week in Review and the education correspondent, I believe. But we first met when Ethan was here about 20 years ago as the correspondent for the Boston Globe. So Ethan has had this tremendous, rich experience of being both a reporter and someone has to assign reporters, and now somebody who's the bureau chief here. And we've asked Ethan to speak about In Pursuit of Truth. Foreign correspondents cover the Middle East. Ethan will speak for about half an hour. The whole day will be presentations of about half an hour, and then, more importantly, interaction between us and the speaker for another half an hour. Then we get coffee. Ethan.
Thanks very much. It's great to see you. Thank you, Hirsch and Oded. I actually went to the United States about 3 or 4 weeks ago and gave some talks about this, about what we do and about the conflict here. And when just before I went, a friend of mine in Jerusalem said, "Whom are you speaking to?" And I said, "Well, I'm actually speaking to different groups. I'm speaking to some colleges, university students, and then I'm also speaking to some Jewish groups." So he said to me, "To the college students, you need to tell them that Israel is not a racist, fascist, apartheid state." I said, okay. And what about the Jews? Tell them it is. And then I said that to a Palestinian colleague the next day, and he said, "Isn't that the kind of thing that got Arafat into trouble, saying different things to different groups?" So I said, yeah. And obviously, both of them were joking up to a point, but I liked both comments and both conversations, and I'm repeating them to you partly because this is a conflict with many truths and many falsehoods, and most of them are not absolute. And that, to me, is the great challenge of what we do as correspondents here. Everything is relative. Maybe not everything is entirely relative, but an awful lot of it is pretty relative. And I think, for me, one of the main tasks that I face as a correspondent is to try to get readers to challenge their own assumptions about the conflict. And that, of course, also was my friend's point. So that if you, dear reader, are someone who believes that the problem here is that Israel occupies Palestinian lands and builds settlements and oppresses the Palestinians, if only it were to mind its own business, there would be peace in the Middle East, then I want to give you facts and details and parts of a narrative that could complicate that conviction. And by contrast, if you are somebody who believes that the only problem is an Arab rejection of a Jewish state, that no matter what Israel does, there'll never be peace because the other side wants to see it destroyed, then I also want to give you details and facts and elements of a narrative that will challenge that certitude. In other words, in a world that's typically characterized by black and white, I try to traffic in gray. And it's a good way to make everybody hate you, and in a year and a half, I've been very successful. As a foreign correspondent, I also want to tell my readers, not just challenge their perspectives and their assumptions, but I really want to tell them two things that are completely contradictory. The first thing is, here I am, thousands of miles away from you, and the people, effectively behind me that I'm writing about may look different from you, they may dress differently from you, they may speak a different language, but these people love their children, they care about the future, they laugh when things are funny, they cry when things are sad, they like action movies, they eat ice cream. In other words, dear reader, the people here are really just like you and me. But the second thing that I want to tell my readers is the opposite, which is that if you think that by knowing that people eat ice cream and watch action movies and love their children and care about the future and cry when they're sad and laugh when they're happy, that you understand these people, you're out of your mind. These people are completely different from you and me. There's culture, there's ideology, there's local practices, there's things that you need to understand if you want to understand what's going on over here. For me, one of the hardest parts of this job is that I cover two such competing narratives. For the Israeli military, for example, to say, look what a good job we've done in stopping the violence from the West Bank. We've stopped the violence. The Palestinians say, we live in a cage. So who's right? Which is the bigger truth? Other correspondents, our Rome correspondent, for example, covers Spain, Portugal, and Italy. They're not the same narrative, but they're not black, white, black, white, black, white. My job is to cover two stories that bounce against each other at every single turn of phrase, at every single name for anything. Was it the Six-Day War or the Middle East War of 1967? Is it a wall? Is it a fence? Some years ago, when I was the deputy foreign editor, I gave a talk at an Orthodox synagogue in Westchester. A friend of mine was a congregant there and asked me to speak. And I gave this whole talk about Palestinians call it a wall because that suggests aggression. The Israelis call it a fence because that suggests neighborliness. The New York Times calls it a barrier in an effort to come up with a neutral term. And when the talk was over, and I was talking to people afterwards, a woman came up to me and started asking me a question. And in my answer, I said, on the barrier, and she starts pointing me in the chest and going, fence, you're talking to a fence person now. So the whole idea of neutrality was completely uninteresting to her. To the Palestinians, of course, the Jews are not even a people. They're just a bunch of co-religionists without any historic link to this place as a people. And their country was born in sin. It has acted criminally and aggressively ever since in their eyes, occupying, oppressing, and lying. And they say, yes, the Intifada may have killed a few hundred Israelis, but look at the few thousand that were killed in exchange. Our suffering is much worse. And of course, their suffering is really quite terrible. It's an important part of my job, to cover it and to chronicle it. Last December, as you all know, Israel invaded Gaza. And we, based here and based anywhere, foreign correspondents were barred by the military from going into Gaza. They had begun the barring some weeks before. I think at that time, originally, it was part of an effort to tighten the siege on Gaza by increasing the restrictions of who could go in and out. But when the war began, it's clear that Ashkenazi and those around him felt that they didn't want us in their way. So what that meant is all the coverage fell to the Palestinian correspondents in Gaza, including our own Tagrit al-Khodri, whom we'll hear from later, the brave and the brilliant Tagrit al-Khodri. And ultimately, I got in on the last day of the war. It was the last day in the sense that it took some hours that day before a truce was declared officially. And then I spent 2 weeks there with Tagrit's help and also with my correspondent, with my colleague, Sabrina Tavernese, who came from Istanbul to help out. And what struck me then, as what continues to strike me as I cover this conflict, is that what both sides said were true. Both sides were right. Israel did go in with a fiercely aggressive push. Property was destroyed, huge amounts of property, unrelated to the military. Institutions were crushed. Israel came in with a kind of double message. It came in and it said, on the one hand, we're so furious about this rocket fire, about the abduction of our soldier Gilad Shalit, and about the vicious anti-Semitism of the organization that runs the Gaza Strip, Hamas, that we too can be a little out of control. We too can be a little crazy. Bala Bait Hishtagea. The shop owner's gone crazy. Do I look like I need it? No. Okay, thank you. We're just getting going here. Right. We'll be handing out water in a minute. In an effort to send a message to Hamas, the message was to the people of Gaza, really, that unless they rein in Hamas and stop them from shooting these rockets, that we know how to make their lives hell. And then they sort of also, they did, of course, warn the people, sent out, there was no question, leaflets and robocalls, and said, you have to leave. But when they came through, this was something that was quite evident. Some people had not left. I don't want to say the majority. I would say 20 to 30% of the people had not left in the neighborhoods and villages who were told to leave or urged to leave. But they were viewed as fighters if they were still there. So there was a lot of pretty ugly stuff that happened in those early days of the ground war. On the other hand, when these rather unforgiving attacks were over and were exposed, then Israel said, but we took unbelievable care to protect civilians. We are the most humane army in the world. It's a phrase I've always been amazed by. How do you know? Why do you say it? What value is it in repeating it? I don't get that. But in any case, what I can say is both can't be true. You can't have both shown that you're a little crazy and proven that you're the most humane army in the world. There were, unquestionably, and we've seen some videotapes of it on the Foreign Ministry website, examples of Israeli restraint and care for civilians. I've spoken to people about it. And there were many as well that showed the brutal message that was being sent. Again, I saw and heard both. Important to remember that Gaza is under this strict embargo, this siege, if you like, that's run by both Israel and Egypt that prevents anything but humanitarian goods from going in. And this, too, is an effort to pressure Hamas and tell the Palestinians, both in Gaza and the West Bank, that they got to know what the difference is. Look at the prosperity of the West Bank. Look how good it is. I have to tell you that I go to Gaza, I don't know, once a month or once every 6 weeks, and I have never actually heard anybody in Gaza say, life in the West Bank looks so sweet. It's unbelievable. Nobody looks at the West Bank, at least at the moment, and says, this is a society I'd like to live in with. They see the West Bank, they see settlements, and they see Israeli soldiers. The other thing, of course, is if no election is going to happen in the West Bank, it's hard to know how the Gazans are supposed to express their objections to Hamas. When I started, I said that there are many truths and a lot of gray in this conflict, but the problem is that most people see it in black and white. The other thing is that beyond the Israeli-Palestinian side of it, broadly in the region, it's a job that I did for the Boston Globe in the 1990s where I covered the whole region, you have an unbelievably challenging enterprise. Just to get a visa to Iran, to Syria, to Sudan, to Libya is a monumentally frustrating chore. There are a few countries whose applications for journalists want to know if you have ever visited occupied Palestine, and that means Israel. And if you say yes, you may well not get your visa. If you can honestly say no, you shouldn't be a journalist in the region. How can you be a journalist in the region and not have visited Israel? A few countries want to know what your religion is. Jewish is not the right answer. And often you can only get a visa to these places when the ruler is staging some obscene celebration. I got into Iraq several times during the Saddam era when he had his birthday every April. He would have kind of gilded carriages and cakes the size of this room, and he wanted to share that with the foreign press. Then you get inside after you wait sort of 6 months, maybe trying to get a visa to Syria, and you finally get inside, and then you don't get to talk to anybody. You might wait, you get your 10-day visa, and on the 9th day, phone rings, and you were told that the deputy agriculture minister would be pleased to have tea with you on your way to the airport. In some places like Iraq under Saddam, you're also assigned often a minder, particularly for television, but print as well it happened. And the whole point of that person is to prevent honest discussion with people that you're talking to. And what you write, of course, will determine whether you get a visa the next time. Now, one solution to this problem of regional coverage that a lot of news organizations deal with is that you focus on what you can cover, like the old Zen Buddhist story of the guy's looking for his key, his lost key, under the lamppost, and the guy says, why are you looking, where'd you lose it? He said, over there. Why are you looking here? That's where the light is. Okay, so the easiest thing is to cover Israel, because it's very easy to cover Israel. You come here, you go to the government press office, you'll get the phone numbers of all the members of the Knesset. Within 5 minutes of any enterprising reporter can get the cell phone numbers and so on of most of official Israel. And frankly, if you wanted to, and you had Hebrew or had someone who had Hebrew, you could never actually get out of bed. Turn on Galei Tzahal or Israel Radio, Kol Yisrael, at 6 or 7 in the morning. Let it play for 4 hours. Listen to every member of the cabinet get screamed at by journalists on Israel Radio. Write your story and go back to bed. Not that I've ever done that. I'm just saying you could do it if you wanted to do it. This is a society that's in constant tension with itself, constant self-examination, and that's what we as journalists live off of. We live off that kind of tension. But by contrast, in the Arab world, across the Arab world, and this is even true in Palestine, officials shun journalists. They don't really, and that element of what we live off of is not on the surface. It's not above the surface. It's really quite hidden. And of course, the media are generally controlled, and tensions are deep below the surface. It makes it very hard to write about it, and that's our bread and butter. So it leads to a kind of imbalance in regional journalism. It means that that you end up writing more about this place than about all the other places around it. And by the way, this is a solution that a lot of Arab countries have chosen as well. If you look at Arab newspapers, they're filled with articles about Israel and Palestine. In fact, to me, one of the most striking things, if you feel like it, it's an exercise worth doing. You wake up in the morning in Jerusalem, you buy the Jerusalem Post, take your taxi down to the Allenby Bridge, you go up to Amman, you buy the Jordan Times, and you compare the two newspapers, and they're both, main stories are usually about internal tensions in Likud. So, you know, it's, and I think that if you live in a country without any Jews, Jordan or Saudi Arabia, and you pick up your daily newspaper and half of what you read about concerns Jews and the Jewish state, it's sort of not hard to believe that Jews do run the world. Another aspect about journalism that's very, very difficult is how much we rely, like the legal system, on eyewitness testimony. And the truth is that eyewitness testimony is notoriously unreliable. A friend of mine, Bart Gelman, who was a correspondent here in the 90s for the Washington Post and now is an investigative reporter for them, there's a course at Princeton every year, and I taught it 1 year, he taught it 1 year, and in the time he did it, he ran a little experiment for the students. 12 students sitting around in a well-lit room, and he staged a kind of intrusion. He had a guy, another student, not a student that these kids knew, walk into the door of the classroom and declare one sentence. That sentence was, Mrs. O'Hanlon, Faraday wants his portfolio back. Then that guy grabbed Bart's briefcase from a chair, and he left. And then Bart faked to kind of run after him. And that was it. And then he asked all 12 students to describe the intruder physically, to recall what he had said, and to pick his photo out from a group of photos. The range of height, weight, hair color, eye color was one that fit between half and two-thirds of all American white men. The description of the black canvas briefcase that he took ranged in color, size, and shape, and whether this intruder knocked, whether the door was open, varied in the descriptions. Only one of the 12 students got right what he said when he came in, and not one of the 12, not one, could pick his photograph out of a group of photographs. So we have 12 well-educated, calm, seated students reporting a brief intrusion, and here is what you would get if you had a police blotter. A man between 5'7" and 6'2". between ages 17 and 24 with gold or brown or blonde or red hair, blue or green or brown or hazel eyes, wearing gold or tan or green or a brown jacket, a white t-shirt or an unbuttoned dark shirt or a dark sweater, green or gray or khaki or blue jeans, gold wire rim glasses or no glasses, grabbed a black or gray or green strapped bag. Now, if you think about eyewitness testimony, and generally when we want to know what has happened, it's usually in a fairly tense situation, say a terrorist attack with guns and violence and things blowing up. This was the calmest situation you can imagine. Perpetrator was the same race as the witnesses, well-lit room, close range, single actor, simple sequence. Now, it's not news to scholars of these issues that eyewitness testimony can often be shaky, but it's really something worth keeping in mind as we go about our business because we so unapologetically rely on it. And when we ask ourselves how we can do a better job, which I think is something that we have to do as much as possible, we have to realize that simple eyewitness testimony is just not enough. People, our readers, need to be told that. They need to be told how often witnesses get stuff wrong. And they should be urged to question, our reporters should be urged to question witnesses in ways to try to add verifiability to their account. For example, if a witness says he weighed X amount of pounds or kilos, you should ask that person, well, how much do you think I weigh? And at the same time, reporters really ought to seek external references and verifications, contemporary notes, documents, photos, and so on. In other words, we can't just do it based on that. And motives, of course, of witnesses are terribly important. And there's another lesson, I think, to be drawn from this, and that is that if we rely only on that and not go to documents and photos and data analysis and so forth, we're really doing our readers a disservice. And that's why when bloggers say, well, I saw X or I saw Y, it's important to understand that I saw or someone seeing is just one datum. And I urge you to remember Bart Gellman's Princeton experiment. Journalism across the globe is in a pretty serious crisis right now. For a range of reasons, but fundamentally for one reason, which is the availability of free information on the internet. And everyone's trying to figure out what to do. I'd just say that improving credibility and professionalism is one of our central tasks to make it better. For years, the view at the New York Times was, we speak, you listen. Before there was TV or radio or internet, or 24-hour cable news, there was a kind of Olympian quality to the New York Times. My relatives, and I'm sure some of you have New York City relatives who in the 1950s would sort of page through every page like a prayer book. And especially if it had to do with culture or politics, they took it as gospel. It's a famous New Yorker cartoon where the secretary is going into the mayor of New York City and says to him, Mr. Mayor, there are 5 reporters outside and a gentleman from the New York Times. Today, we no longer believe that it's enough to say that our work speaks for itself. That kind of minimal response simply doesn't help us with our credibility, and it opens us up to caricature. If someone's unhappy with us or with what's in the paper, it's just no longer enough to say, hey, take it or leave it. So now, in the last 5 or 7 years, we've started to try to develop a kind of dialogue with our readers and create greater accessibility and transparency so people can see what we do and how we do it. For decades, the paper's printed corrections. That's not new, but in these last 5 or 8 years, we've spent a lot of energy trying to find ways for readers to let us know if they know that they think that something is wrong. It used to be really hard to reach a Times editor, and that was quite on purpose. But that's no longer the case. Every day now we print email addresses and phone numbers to reach editors, and we've, in the last 4 or 5 years, hired a public editor or ombudsman who serves as the reader's representative to complain about what we do if we do it poorly. Part of it, I think, to be honest, is a crumbling of all institutional authority across all Western societies. So teachers, political leaders, cops, priests are no longer viewed with the awe that they once were, and I think the same is true of major newspapers, and generally it's a fine thing. But specifically for newspapers, we've got a new generation of readers or non-readers coming of age who simply don't have the newspaper habit. So they bounce around online and they expect to get stuff for free, and they're not in the habit of buying newspapers. Now, some of our critics have taken a kind of schadenfreude attitude to this and say, well, no wonder no one's reading your paper. It's such a piece of crap anyway. It's so biased and liberal and so on. And they seem to suggest that the Times and other institutions like it are getting what they deserve. We're trying to fight back. When I was an editor there, I was involved in a series of programs of trying to figure out how to fight back in an appropriate way. So we did we set into motion a bunch of changes that are in the process of occurring, and I'll just go through them for you briefly. The first place we started to focus on was on the question of anonymous sources. And this is partly because some readers take the view that if you're quoting someone anonymously, it's just a convenient fictional character to advance your own views. So we now require reporters to press sources. Listen, dear sources in the audience. We now push our reporters to press sources to allow us to use their names or to explain why we don't use their names, what interest the person would have in the story, and why it's important for him or her not to be named. This has created some discomfort among our veteran correspondents who are not used to operating that way and who've complained that it seems like the paper doesn't trust them and the paper has simply responded to them that this is a policy about which there's really little discussion. The paper has actually held back stories, even competitive ones, if the sourcing doesn't meet the standards. And one famous example, probably the first famous example in recent years, was the National Security Agency listening story that the Times did win a Pulitzer Prize for in 2006, I think, but in 2005, the original story was not run. There were accusations that it was political, but I know quite intimately that it had to do with our trust of the sourcing of the story. The next thing we've done is tightened up our policy on bylines and the credit to those who've worked on articles. It used to be that the correspondent's name appeared and all the other people who'd actually did the work, or some of the work, did not. So now every day on the story you'll see a little italicized thing at the bottom naming all those who've contributed work to that story. And again, that's fundamentally in the name of accountability and transparency. A third thing has to do with making editors and reporters available to the public. Every week or every other week, I can't remember, there is a Times journalist, either an editor or a reporter, on the website answering questions. And increasingly, Times editors and reporters are trying to get into forums like this one, talking on television or on radio, in order to give people a sense of whom they're dealing with. Obviously not joining the food fights that make up the sort of Popolitica version of that, but in slightly more civilized versions of it. We've also set up a newsroom-wide corrections tracking system to detect patterns of errors and to take action to avoid repetition, so that when you get your annual review, if you have been responsible for several errors, then that issue is raised. And we've compiled a directory of electronic fact-checking tools and offered instruction on how to work them across the newsroom. And then the last thing is to try to distinguish between commentary, opinion commentary, and straight news gathering. You know, the Times, like all newspapers, is a very important forum for opinion and argument, as well as a source for impartial news coverage. And the problem is that people often have no way of distinguishing between the two. There's a much more clear graphic distinction of the paper today. But a lot of sophisticated readers have no idea that in the United States, these are different functions. Unlike in this country or in most of Europe, the editor of the newspaper, the editor of the New York Times, has nothing to do with the opinion pages, and the opinion pages have nothing to do with what I do. I don't write our editorials. I don't care what they say about the Middle East. I was stunned only 10 years ago to talk to a friend of mine who's a professor of law at Harvard, who assumed that our Supreme Court correspondent was writing our editorials about the Supreme Court on the editorial page. The fact is, the editorial page at a major American newspapers is a completely separate institution that doesn't drive its news coverage at all. Okay, so those are the changes that we've made. Those are some of the thoughts I wanted to offer. And as we go through the day and we listen to our colleagues talk about what's happening as they do their work, I hope that this will have helped you a little bit think through their work. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ethan. And Arik?
Maybe I'll stand up there. Sorry, I'll stay there. It'll be easier for me.
Sure.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Report from Reporters Without Borders, Paris-based, about a week ago, in which Israel came in at 96, I think, compared to Kuwait's 80. How would you comment on that?
I would say that it was a scandal. I think that's a crazy thing to say. I think that, I mean, I didn't read the report, so of course that won't stop me from criticizing it right here and now. But as a general matter, it's false. And as a general matter, this is quite a free country for the media. And the countries, many of the countries that were put ahead of Israel in that last report are less free. I think this was a way of complaining about the failure of access in Gaza. And it's a legitimate thing to complain about, but it's a foolish way to do it. I mean, it makes a mockery of these data, in my view.
When you cover a conflict such as the one in Israel itself and between Israel and its neighbors, to what extent can you separate yourself as a person developing your own views on the rights and wrongs and the just and the unjust, and separate it and report objectively, quote unquote? I thought for a minute that maybe with a camera it's easier, but I'm not so sure that with a camera it's easier. You can shift the camera to one angle or another angle, and immediately the story changes. So I think it is true about, the question is valid for all kinds of media. So to what extent can you, especially when you stayed in this region for more than 6 months and you begin to be almost part of it?
I mean, in some way, Oded, that's the question that I get asked anytime I talk to anyone. So it's an important question. And, you know, you sound a little self-delusional when you answer it, but I'm going to do that anyway, which is that I think I'm quite capable of doing that. I think that the best way to think of it is to think of journalists as a subspecies of humanity, okay? And that we are not actually all that hot-blooded about the world. We tend, the good ones, the ones that you feel you can rely on, are people who are not advocates by nature, who are skeptics by nature, and who believe that the most important thing they can do is ask themselves over and over, is that true? Are you sure? About everything that you perceive. If you are someone who, by nature, has a cause in life, this is not the profession for you. You can go into the editorial writing, the opinion game, and I've met people who've decided that that really is where they belong. You know, there's a wonderful Egyptian-born journalist named Mona El-Tahawi, and I've always been stunned at her sort of freedom of thought, and at one point suggested to her that she think about joining the paper. And she quite honestly said, I really am only interested in my opinions. And I thought that was very important to know, important self-recognition. And I think that people who do what we do day in and day out, who want to push a line, won't succeed. Certainly, what impresses me when I sit around with editors at the paper, when I engage with my desk, is that there is a kind of inherent skepticism about everything asserted. And to me, it's the only way to go forward. So that it does mean that people with sort of fairly organized structures of thought or moral frameworks don't have a place. In other words, religious people, it's hard to be a religious person and be a reporter, okay? Because we deal in relative truths and in sort of a lack of moral clarity, frankly. And in a way, it does blind our coverage a little bit. I mean, when people accuse the New York Times of being liberal, I always fight back and say we're not liberal in the sense that we favor Democratic candidates in our coverage. We are liberal in the broadest sense of the word, which is that we are open to skeptical inquiry about everything.
When you're talking about going after the facts, you remind me of this TV program I used to watch when I was a kid about Los Angeles cops called Dragnet, and there was a Sergeant Webb who used to go interview the witnesses, and the woman would start talking, and he would say to her, "Just the facts, man, just the facts." We know the facts are not necessarily the truth, and no matter how much you try to abstract yourself from it, whether consciously or unconsciously, you're framing something, or your editors are framing something, you're contextualizing something, you're giving it a meaning which is communicated to readers or listeners. Well, let me give you a little test. I talked about Bart Gellman's test. I was listening to the radio news the other day in the car, and Army Radio was reporting some story from Iranian state television, and their announcement was that Iran had decided that it was going to reject this Vienna package unless there were substantial proposals introduced changes introduced into it. Then I switched to the BBC, and the BBC story said that Iran had accepted the Vienna package, but was going to demand substantial changes in it. Now, tell me, which is the truth here?
You know, it's a very good question. I didn't report, I wasn't there to sort of, you're right, you're going to end up choosing a word, which is reject or accept, and then qualify it, okay? And so if you are, the key is to be as uninterested in the answer as possible, okay? In other words, to not feel that it matters to prove to the world that actually Iran is a country you can deal with, or Iran is a country you can't deal with. To just try as much as possible, situation by situation. But of course, you're also right that if you've been covering Iran for 5 years, and you get a sense that the way they play is this way, then it's important to know that too, and important to say it. And I agree with you. The just the facts man was sort of the Dragnet cliche, but it's not something I would ever say, because I agree with you that that the music behind anything that's happening is also very important, and characterizing it is important. And that's why you want somebody who has knowledge, but without a strong agenda, helping you understand it. Obviously, like judging, like being a judge on a court, it is a human endeavor. And in that sense, objectivity is a goal that none of us will ever reach, true objectivity. But the difference between my view and the view of many European journalists or Israeli journalists, I don't mean journalists, but the way the system is set up there and in the United States, is that I think that objectivity is a useful goal to seek. A lot of people say it's a joke. Tell us who you are, what you believe, what your background is, and then we know where you're from, and we can judge everything you tell us. Slate Magazine, which is an online magazine, Michael Kinsley instituted this at one point before leaving it, where he required every political writer to say which party he or she was voting for. And then you'd sort of know when you read his analysis. I actually think it's a bad idea. My view is that not just because I'm worried about how you will view me, I'm worried about how I will view me. In other words, if I tell you that if I lay my cards down on the table and say, I think the way to solve this problem is X, then willy-nilly and unconsciously, I am tied to that idea. And I kind of want it to win because I've laid my card. I've said this is where I'm going. So I find that if I don't do that, even to myself, it helps me.
Thank you. First, a short, small point. The story you mentioned about your colleague at Princeton, as far as I know, I'm not denying that this happened, but the story is very well known for a police school in the United States.
Yes, it's been done elsewhere.
Where, okay, so
Yes, you're right.
you
He
know
repeated an experiment. You're absolutely right.
I assume so. And here you had the police people who are even more so trained to identify and
You're quite right.
and it was a disaster.
Mhm.
The point I'm trying to get you to comment on is the truth, whatever that may be. History. I mean, I claim that most people, including in Israel, particularly the younger generation, also the older one, have no knowledge of the history of the Middle East. And when I say history, I mean now the last 150, 200 years. Because quite a turmoil, the history of the Middle East, and things weren't fixed as they appear now to be. And my question is, can a journalist really come and report about any place in the Middle East without really having studied the history of the Middle East, start from, as far as I'm concerned, from old times in Mesopotamia on one hand, and Egypt, and of course the kingdom of Judah and Israel. I mean, all these things play a big role nowadays, as a matter of fact.
Sure.
And even if we take Iran, I mean, the Shah and so on, I mean, even the history of this royalty is not a very simple and not a very delightful history, really. And maybe the Iranians have a point, too.
Of course. No, I think that the point you're making is a very good one. I don't think it makes any sense to try to cover a region that you haven't studied. Now, it is also true that journalism is a kind of amateurism, which is that we're not specialists as a rule, and we get thrown around from place to place. But a good journalist gets thrown around and spends quite a lot of time preparing for the new throw-around. The other thing is that increasingly people do end up spending a fair amount of time on a particular subject. The tension there is the more you know, the more you might end up speaking to people who also know, rather than stepping back and really offering a perspective to people who aren't following it. And that's the risk. That's why we move people every 3 to 5 years, because you also sort of lose your enthusiasm for the particular weirdness of the story you're covering. You've written it 5 times, that particular story, and you just can't get it up for it again. And the next person can. So journalism, unlike scholarship, is this weird hybrid between a kind of gee whiz outsider and someone who has some inside knowledge.
Thank you very much for your interesting lecture. However, I have some questions. Did you try, after so many years you sit here, to try to make short research? How many injured Palestinians pictures were on the front page of the New York Times? And how many pictures of injured Israelis was shown? It's very easy research. You just have to count how many pictures. So when you say that you are trying to cover a story...
Let me just interrupt you for 1 minute, if I may, because I'd like you to add another level to your... How many Palestinians were injured?
Wait, now that's my answer.
Oh, sorry.
Hey!
Sorry. Take it back.
It's clear, it's again facts of life, that people, readers in newspapers, they want to hear the bad news. If you take today any paper, 80% or 85% is about crime, about war, about terrorists, about rape, not good things.
Right.
How many good things were published from Israel in the foreign newspapers?
Okay,
So
I got your question. I got it. No, it's a good question. So as Hirsch started to say, I think that although I personally have not done this research, I assure you that many of our readers have. And there are many more hurt Palestinians who've appeared on the front page than hurt Israelis. But as Hirsch began to say, there are many more hurt Palestinians than hurt Israelis in this conflict, certainly of the last years. We faced this during the Lebanon War as well, which was Jewish groups saying, why do you have all these pictures of Lebanon being destroyed and not of Haifa? And the answer is because Haifa wasn't destroyed. Now, that doesn't mean that we're doing our job just because we've proportionally done it that way. And it's also true, of course, that that the Israelis have more shelters and it's a more sophisticated place, and so far, far fewer people were hurt or killed. And therefore, in the writing of it, to get to the history question too, you do need to give context to what's going on. I mean, just the fact that more people have been killed in this war in Gaza, for example, the fact that something between 1,200 and 1,400 Palestinians were killed versus whatever it was, 13 Israelis, that doesn't tell the whole story. And in a way, it tells a false story. And that's something you have to worry about. But it also tells a real story. And so both things have to play a role. One of the problems in journalism is pictures and headlines. Those are the things that screw us all the time. In our writing, we have places to add texture and context. But when you reduce something to a photograph or to a headline, then it's sort of the thing that smacks you in the face. And I don't do either one of those. I don't write the headlines, the reporters don't write headlines, and I don't take pictures. I only deal in these stories with many words in them, and I feel much more comfortable for that reason. There was a second part to your question. What was it that you asked the second question? Your first was about...
Good news, bad news.
Oh, the good news, bad news. One comment on that.
And bites dog.
Right. We don't do good news, basically, unless it's shocking, okay? In other words... life has been horrible, life has been horrible. Oh my goodness, look, life's not so bad right there. Okay, but fundamentally, if you go to the Times website and you look at every story, they're all about bad news everywhere. So that when people complain about our imbalanced coverage, essentially when Israel supporters complain that we write too negatively about Israel, why don't we write about some of the positive things about Israel? The answer is that we don't traffic in positive news. That's not something we do. But I do think that there is a legitimate complaint, and one that's quite difficult for us to handle, which is that in Palestine, it's hard to get to the bad news. It's hard because the government doesn't produce data the way this one does. There aren't independent analyses of their failures. People are not complaining openly internally. And so it's hard for us, unless we do the investigation, which is even harder, to get to the competing bad news on the other side. And it's a failure that we have to try to deal with, but it's the only way to deal with it, in my view, as opposed to, look at what a scientifically wonderful place is. And that's sort of not what we do. If there's, a guy wins a Nobel Prize, a woman wins a Nobel Prize, we certainly write about it, and we write about culture in this country, and so on. But we don't do good news. So the imbalance in this conflict is we don't do enough bad news, in my view, of the Palestinian. And for the reason I said, and for a second reason, which is even more complicated, which has to do with low expectations. So that if I were to spend a month on corruption in the Interior Ministry in Ramallah, might not even make the front page. People expect corruption in the office, and that's the problem.
Yeah, please. And then we'll have Jeremy and Barry, and we'll end the session.
Anytime you want.
Thank you for your speech. I'm a starting journalist, and I've noticed that so many of my colleagues are all freelancers, and the major bureaus are pulling back. If it's not their entire bureau, it's their correspondents. Sure. And I was wondering, you were speaking about the dynamic within the newsroom about error reporting and about sourcing. And I wanted you to kind of speak about that tension between what you can do in the newsroom and how that influence is affected when the coverage is so splintered into so many different stringers.
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, because we don't deal with the freelancers at the time. So what do you mean? Well,
so maybe if you could give a kind of broader journalistic picture as a senior reporter out here, about what that changing in the paradigm of how you report and how major news organizations come to Israel and Palestine. If maybe you could speak about what you've noticed as a journalist about the way that changes coverage.
You know, I don't feel I could do that with any great insight. No, I mean, I'm not trying to dodge this. I don't really observe my colleagues, their reporting techniques, and then their final products enough to say to you, so here's the problem with having freelancers. I mean, we can all imagine what they must be. There's a lack of budget, there's a lack of relationship at home, but with the way we operate in the New York Times in Jerusalem has not changed at all from the way it's been going on. I mean, the paper's bleeding money. I'm not saying it's not, but they're not taking it from us, okay? We still have 2 correspondents here, you know, an excellent correspondent in Gaza, somebody, I mean, people we pay, we work with, and we're serious about, and a strong desk at home that says, oh, I don't think so. Really? 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 Check that, check that, check that. Believe me. So that hasn't changed for us.
Yeah, and then, I mean, do freelancers kind of undercut you? And
I don't feel that. But in other words, I don't feel that. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm not involved in enough media criticism to read it and say, oh my God, look how terrible or look how great.
But I would say you're asking a very important question when you see the Boston Globe closing its bureau here, and you see the Chicago Sun-Times closing its bureau here, and you're seeing the Philadelphia Inquirer closing its bureau here, and one paper after the next, other than the Times, just folding.
No, that's right. I mean,
up.
there's no question you're referring to a real phenomenon. I just don't know how to, other than the assumption behind your question, I share it, but I don't have any data to bring to it.
But it is certainly a point. Jeremy.
Thank you, Ethan. That was very fascinating and insightful briefing, and I'd be willing to say that on the record.
Write him down.
Well, I wanted to sort of like just delve in a bit on what you said, because in your presentation you presented this, and I would imagine it's an ongoing struggle to build and to have a firewall between your opinion and the reflection of the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have been, and I'm sure you have been in situations where you have a source, he would appear to have access to knowledge, he on the surface could be credible, and he presents you a set of facts, and you know, and you inside of you feel there's something that, you know, that doesn't add up here, but on one hand you want to reflect what he's saying, on the other hand you have to be equal to you. I mean, your opinion has to come into play. And
That's not opinion, that's judgment.
Okay, the judgment. Can you walk us through that in terms of how do you find that adjustment between, you know, giving the facts that you truly believe to be true, and also to the extent that you look at the, I mean, when do you feel that you've gone through that process sufficiently to have that credible article? And how you put that in the wider perspective of, is that giving the real thrust of the story?
Mm-hmm. So it's a great question. I think we'd have to have a very specific example and a little more time and patience in the room to really do it. But a quick example I can think of is when Sabrina and Tagreed and I spent most of a week in El Atatra, a village northwest Gaza Strip, and trying to use it as a kind of microcosm of the broader conflict and what happened there. Okay, so we interviewed 50 people about when the Israeli army came in, what was happening, where were rockets going off, who was hit, what was booby-trapped, where were there tunnels, all the things that each side claimed. Could we please check it now, here, show me, the school was bombed. What was in the school? Leaflets. Nothing else? No leaflets. Okay, so then there were no rockets that went off right there? Well, maybe a few rockets right over there. Okay, so then it took a long time to try to figure that out. And then say, no rockets, no rockets. Then, person number 6 would go, rockets, right there. Okay? And so this is the difficulty. I didn't bring it with me, so I can't show you our final product. It tried to walk a line The other thing that was interesting in this particular story is that the Israeli military was quite responsive to me in the sense that it gave me access to 4 separate commanders on the ground in El Atatra. Okay, so 4 either mems or mempes on the ground who went into sections of El Atatra with their men and what they found and what they saw. And, you know, here's the shock. Neither side had the whole story, okay? We found 16 civilians who were killed that the Israelis knew nothing about. They didn't know they were dead. And, you know, because this sort of behemoth waltzes into town, does its thing, and stuff happens, and they didn't even know. So, now, did I see the bodies? No. Okay, so that's always the next question. How do I know they're dead? Well, you know, we did see a couple of cell phone pictures of bodies, and we did talk to enough people that we felt it was real. It's a very, very difficult challenge. And then, of course, you step back, and so what does it all mean? What does it mean that this happened? And that may not be a satisfactory answer, but there we are.
Barry, we take the last question here in this session.
I recall a discussion with the editor of the International Herald Tribune in Kazakhstan. The Herald Tribune now belongs to the New York Times. And he was putting together a country supplement on Kazakhstan. And it was clear that the Herald Tribune would not be critical of Kazakhstan, at least for the next year, because they'd gotten $1 million worth of advertising.
Are you sure it's clear?
Well, I just look at the articles. The articles.
The articles. So for the next year, there were no critical stories? Were there stories at all?
Oh, yes, all the time. But the critical articles in other papers would get less advertising. Now, but to go on to from there, the New York Times has clearly got some financial problems. And I'm wondering how it affects your coverage. Let's say not in Israel, everything's fine. But how does it affect your coverage in countries where you may have to pay bonuses to reporters to spend more time in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and places like that? Because my impression of reading your coverage of Afghanistan, and of Iraq for that matter, tends to be the broad pictures. All these intimate stories of spending a week in a village and interviewing everybody and trying to get down to the basic details and so seem to be lacking. My impression, reading the coverage, for example, of Afghanistan, is it's a bit of a cop-out.
Well, I actually really reject both the assumption and then the question. The assumption that advertising affects our coverage. Look, I'm not at the International Herald Tribune, I'm only at the New York Times, but I have never, ever seen that happen. I have never heard anyone raise the question about anything having to do with advertising and what we should write about, ever. And with the second question, I also really don't think you're right. I mean, the Times just won a Pulitzer for its Afghanistan-Pakistan coverage in 2008, and it's precisely for the kind of work that you're saying we don't do. We have about 10 reporters wandering around those two countries at enormous expense and security risk. And the paper has, not spent less than it's been spending all along on the Iraq War, on war coverage. Its basic philosophy, and of course it'll come to the test as we go forward, is that the reason that you might spend money on the paper is precisely because the two things that you assert are not true, or we assert are not true. That we are not affected. In other words, why would you take seriously what's in the New York Times if, we're not going to go after a company because it's advertising in our paper? If you believe that, you shouldn't buy the paper. The only reason we think we have a business model that works is that we tell you we don't care who advertises. We don't care. And we don't care how much we have to spend to do it right. We spend it and we're doing it right. Now, it's a tough time right now, and we'll see what happens. But I really don't think it's true what you're saying. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank Ethan very much, and I'd like to invite Mark and Nick up to the table, if we could. The next session is Understanding Lebanon and Syria. And all I can say is, having spent 3 hours at the airport yesterday morning, waiting for Nick to get through after can you tell us why you have Damascus, why you were in Damascus last week, or why you were in Tehran 2 weeks ago? But anyway, here he is, and here's Mark, and thank you very much. Peter, thank you very much.
This thing doesn't work, you know?
Unhelpful.
Oh, I could have done that. Well, good morning, everyone. We are now going to devote this second session of this morning's program to the question of understanding Lebanon and Syria. Now, there are many people here and elsewhere in Israel who have been trying to do this for 20 or 30, 40 years, so far without all that much success. I'm glad we're finally going to finish this today.
Love an optimist.
We have someone with us this morning, Nicholas Blanford, who's probably as well positioned as anyone could be to help us try to achieve this elusive objective. Nick is a correspondent or contributor at Christian Science Monitor from Beirut. He told me that about 4 years ago, the Christian Science Monitor became a virtual newspaper, but that they are still paying him a real salary. And so he has stayed on and now has accumulated about 15 years of experience in Beirut, from where he also covers Syria. Two places which are, of course, of enormous interest to people in this country. Next door, virtually within spitting distance, but except in extraordinary circumstances, not at all accessible to Israelis, and therefore have given rise to a number of perceptions, misperceptions, preconceptions, all of which we hope that Nick Blanford can help us dispel at least a little bit this morning. So without any further ado, Nick, the floor is yours.
Before we begin, I actually have a PowerPoint presentation, so I think we need to bring a computer up here. Thank you, Mark. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There is an old cliche that says that the longer you stay in Lebanon, the less you understand the country. Well, I've lived in Lebanon for 15 years, and while that adage is something of an exaggeration, it is not entirely inaccurate. For a country that's... Do you want to sort this out now? Okay. All right, we'll come to the PowerPoint later on. For a country that is only 2/3 the size of Connecticut and home to some 4 million people, Lebanon plays a disproportionately influential role in the affairs of the Middle East. That's okay. That's right. Lebanon is a microcosm of the region. Most of the woes plaguing this part of the world can be found there, whether it's the Arab-Israeli conflict, Sunni-Shia tensions, Al-Qaeda-styled militancy, democratic tolerance versus extremist austerity. The political contours of the Middle East today are shaped by the struggle pitting Iran, Syria, and its allies such as Hezbollah and Hamas against the so-called moderate camp of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United States, and Israel, all of whom fret at the rising regional influence of Tehran. The fault line in this regional Cold War runs through Lebanon. To understand Lebanon, you have to be aware of the two factors that define its fate: its geostrategic location on the western shore of the Mediterranean and wedged between the old enemies Israel and Syria, which historically and still today tempts foreign powers to use Lebanon as a convenient battleground in their regional struggles. Secondly, its pluralistic society, a patchwork of competing sects, tribes, and clans, the leaders of which often pursue external patrons to gain advantage over their domestic rivals. This enduring symbiotic relationship between external, foreign, and internal Lebanese interests have shaped the historical narrative of the modern state of Lebanon and its earlier geopolitical configurations dating back nearly 2 centuries. The current festering political crisis in Lebanon is defined by the same client-patron paradigm. Since the assassination of Rafi Hariri, a former Lebanese prime minister, in February 2005, Lebanon has become deeply polarized, split right down the middle between two opposing camps supported by rival patrons. On the one hand, you have the March the 14th coalition, composed mainly of Sunnis, around half of the Christians, and some Druze, although Wali Jumblat, the paramount Druze chieftain, has done another of his political U-turns of late and has abandoned his harsh anti-Syrian and anti-Hezbollah rhetoric to strike a more centrist tone and distance himself from his erstwhile allies in the March 14th. The March the 14th coalition's main supporters are Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the US. On the other hand, there is a parliamentary opposition, sometimes known as the March the 8th coalition, comprising the vast majority of Lebanon's Shia community, the other half of the Christian community, and some Druze. The opposition is led domestically by Hezbollah and backed externally by Syria and Iran. That's the broad brushstroke of what's happening in Lebanon. Currently, Lebanon's political bosses are trying to form a government of national unity, a process that has been underway since the March the 14th coalition won a narrow victory at the parliamentary elections in June. There are no shortage of explanations offered for why the Lebanese have been unable to form a government. You will hear a different explanation from everyone you meet. Some insist that the Syrians and the Iranians are using their Lebanese allies, Hezbollah and Michel Aoun, the top Christian figure in the opposition, to bog down the process as leverage against the moderate Arab camp in the West. Others blame the US and the Saudis for instructing their ally, Saad Hariri, son of the late Rafiq Hariri and Prime Minister designate, to deny the Hezbollah-led opposition a hold on key cabinet portfolios, such as the telecommunications ministry. Others still aver that the general state of flux in the region has inhibited Lebanon's external patrons from passing on any concrete instructions to their Lebanese clients, leading to deadlock in Lebanon until a clearer picture emerges in the region. Frankly, the debate over the formation of the government is incredibly tedious. Although the subject each day fills the Lebanese newspapers and dominates the political talk shows on television, most Lebanese have barely felt the absence of a government upon their daily lives. The Lebanese are very resourceful and self-sufficient. While the political bosses bickered during the hot summer months, Lebanon experienced its best tourism season since 1990 and the end of the Civil War. Lebanon has also escaped relatively unscathed from the global financial crunch of the last year. I'm just glad that I've been engrossed in book writing for the past few months, which has spared me having to write about this story. However, one aspect of the current crisis that is worth noting is how Iran's influence in Lebanon has strengthened even as Syria's has declined. At the end of the Lebanese civil war in 1990, Damascus imposed a Pax Syriana over Lebanon, endorsed initially by the US. Syria's hold on Lebanon under Hafez al-Assad, in particular, was pervasive and absolute. During this period, Iran's relations with Lebanon were mainly conducted through Hezbollah under Assad's watchful eye. However, Syria's grip on Lebanon began to weaken with the ascension of Bashar al-Assad to the Syrian presidency in 2000. The rising tensions over Syria's domination of Lebanon peaked in early 2005 with the assassination of Rafiq Hariri, which sparked the independence intifada rallies in Beirut and led to the withdrawal of Syrian forces from Lebanon. Although Syria was able to claw back some of its lost influence in Lebanon in the following months, it no longer has the ability to manipulate the Lebanese scene as it once did. Indeed, the trilateral relationship between Iran, Syria, and Hezbollah has shifted since the 1990s, when Damascus was the dominant partner and Hezbollah played more of a client role to the Syrians and Iranians. Today, Syria is probably the weakest of the three, with Iran's economic and military investments in Syria making the Damascus regime somewhat beholden to the diktats of Tehran. Now, don't get me wrong, though. The influence that Syria wields in Lebanon, although diminished from before, is still potent, and Damascus still has the ability to act as a spoiler or as a facilitator for progress in easing Lebanon's political tensions. Now, this brings me on to Lebanon and Israel. Personally, I think that peace between Lebanon and Israel is further away than ever before. What was it Israelis used to say about Lebanon? We don't know who will be the first to make peace with us, but we know the second will be Lebanon. Not anymore. Even if Syria and Israel are able to strike a peace deal, it no longer follows that Lebanon will follow suit. That equation ended with the failure of the Geneva summit in March 2000 and the death of Hafez al-Assad 3 months later. If a peace deal had been concluded at Geneva in 2000, Israel, Lebanon, and Syria probably would have enjoyed calm and stability along their respective borders for the past decade. Lebanon would have followed Syria's lead and signed peace with Israel. Hezbollah would have been disarmed under Syrian fiat. Quiet would have prevailed along Israel's northern border. There have been no attacks in the Sheba Farms or Hardav, no military build-up by Hezbollah in South Lebanon from 2000, no war in 2006, nor would the Lebanese and Israelis continue to be living under the unremitting threat of a fresh conflict that promises to be even more severe than the last. The notion of actively pursuing bilateral peace almost has become a taboo subject in Lebanon, and certainly not something that a Lebanese government will consider for the foreseeable future, given Lebanon's political polarization and the formidable influence wielded by Hezbollah. As for the population in general, most Lebanese have more pressing concerns to deal with than championing peace with Israel. Although many Lebanese, non-Shia Lebanese by and large, do not support Hezbollah and would like to see the organization disarmed, that does not necessarily translate into support for a peace treaty with Israel. The views of most Lebanese from all confessions toward Israel remain clouded by decades of invasion, occupation, and violence. Sure, plenty of people blamed Hezbollah for starting the war in 2006, but no one was going to thank Israel for bombing their country once more to its knees. In general, reporting in Lebanon is probably easier than many Arab countries because of the relatively open nature of the society. Beyond obvious safety issues during periods of heightened violence, I think the main difficulty a Western journalist faces in Lebanon is distilling what can be an impossibly confusing story into something digestible and informative that a foreign audience can understand and learn from, but without reducing Lebanon's travails to banality. My reporting experiences in Lebanon have focused on Hezbollah, which I've been chasing since the mid-1990s when I was working for the Beirut Daily Star newspaper. My beat back then was the conflict in South Lebanon between Hezbollah and the IDF. At that time, Hezbollah was enjoying its golden age. It was waging an increasingly resourceful and successful campaign of resistance against the IDF and its South Lebanon army militia allies. The organization had won the consensus of the Lebanese for its resistance in the south, even from those who regarded Hezbollah's ideology as anathema. In my experience, Hezbollah has always been quite accommodating to the media. Access to officials has its peaks and troughs, and there is no doubt that it was easier to interview senior Hezbollah officials 10 years ago than it is today, given the political tensions in Lebanon and the lingering consequences of the 2006 war with Israel. But over time, one built up contacts at different levels within Hezbollah, which helps shape views and analyses about what the party wants and where it is headed. Prudence is called for sometimes when reporting on Hezbollah in the field, particularly in militarily sensitive areas of South Lebanon or the Bekaa Valley. Foreigners appearing in Hezbollah-controlled areas sometimes are stopped and questioned and occasionally followed. It can be an alarming experience for the uninitiated to suddenly realize that they're being tailed by a suspicious Hezbollah man on an off-road motorcycle while driving through southern Lebanese villages or the Bekaa. But Hezbollah personnel are generally well-disciplined and polite, albeit firm, when inquiring on the purpose of your visit to their neighborhood. Over the years, I've run the gamut of Hezbollah security procedures, from the mild, being stopped and politely questioned for a few minutes, to the mildly annoying, being stopped, politely questioned, having a roll of film confiscated, to the disconcerting, being stopped, politely questioned and photographed, face on and profile, mugshot style by a Hezbollah security officer, to the thoroughly vexing, being stopped, detained, interrogated, handed over to Lebanese military intelligence, and thrown in jail for a night. I'll end my presentation with an example of a reporting experience about Hezbollah that underlined to me just what a remarkable and formidable organization it has become over the years. And I'm happy to talk more about Hezbollah in the Q&A afterwards if you want. I spent the 2006 war in South Lebanon and on several occasions watched Katyusha rockets being fired from an unpopulated, brush-covered hillside close to the border with Israel, near the village of Naqoura, which is the location of UNIFIL's headquarters. UNIFIL is the acronym of the UN Peacekeeping Force in South Lebanon. The Israelis hit the hillside with air bombs, cluster munitions, artillery shells, including phosphorus rounds, but still the rockets kept coming. I and the UNIFIL officers I was in touch with could not figure out how Hezbollah was able to continue firing these rockets so close to the border in an area that afforded no real cover, just some small oak trees and dense bushes. By the time of the August 14th ceasefire, the IDF had encircled the hillside, and in the following days, after the Hezbollah men deployed there had slipped away, the Israeli troops discovered an elaborate bunker system sunk into solid rock, consisting of reinforced concrete walls, firing positions, operations rooms, dormitories, medical facilities, lighting and ventilation systems, kitchens, bathrooms with hot running water, sufficient to allow dozens of fighters to live underground for weeks. Astonishingly, this bunker was built just 100 meters from a UN observation post on the border and a few hundred meters and within view of an Israeli military position, as you can see from the second slide, which looks to the southwest with Nahariya in the top left-hand corner, Rosh Hanikra over in the top right. I visited the site a day after the IDF blew it all up to see if there was anything left. All that remained were meter-thick slabs of reinforced concrete poking up through the ground like broken teeth. I took this picture standing on one of the concrete slabs, and you can see the UN post on the border and see how close it really is. The IDF position also was visible from this point. I have no idea how they built this without anyone seeing. A UNIFIL officer told me at the time that we never saw them build anything. They must have brought the cement in by the spoonful. After that, I was determined to find and explore one of Hezbollah's bunkers for myself. The deployment in the border district of a newly reinforced UNIFIL after the war meant that Hezbollah was obliged to abandon the military positions it had so painstakingly constructed between 2000 and 2006. But although the locations of their former military zones were well known, finding the cunningly disguised bunker entrances were extremely difficult. After a few false leads, I was lucky enough to obtain map coordinates for the entrances to a few bunkers. Without the coordinates, these entrances were almost impossible to find because they were so well camouflaged. Even so, I almost missed the entrance to the first bunker, even when I was standing right beside it. My GPS unit said we had arrived at the spot, but my colleague and I, standing on a steep wooded hill near the border, could see no bunker. My colleague actually found it when he was tapping his stick on the ground and hit something metallic and hollow sounding. Underneath the twigs, dried leaves, and dirt was a metal manhole cover. Pulling it aside revealed a narrow steel-lined shaft with metal footholds soldered onto the side. There was a small one-room bunker consisting of a tunnel and a single steel-lined room. At its deepest point, it must have been about 30 meters underground. A few weeks later, I explored another bunker, a much bigger one, closer to the border. The entrance to this one was about 40 meters up a steep hill. The entrance was a horizontal shaft, tunneling into the side of the hill. The walls and ceiling were reinforced with steel plates and girders, painted matte black to prevent stray reflections from the sun, giving away the concealed entrance to Israeli observers in the sky above. After about 10 meters, the steel plates were painted gloss white, this time to better reflect the electric lighting. Each steel plate had to be carried by hand up the hill and soldered into place. The bunker was equipped with electric lighting, running hot and cold water, a sewage system, showers, a hot water boiler, all constructed in complete secrecy inside this hill, which is just a couple of kilometers from the border. Here's the main room where they slept, and they've got the electric light switches and an opening at the back showing the rock wall. Here's the kitchen, all the mod cons, hot and cold running water, sink, electric light switches, running into the sewage system into the floor. And this was at the far end of the bunker. There were 4 water tanks with the Arabic word fida'i written across them, which means sacrifice. And this was the second entrance, similar to the first bunker, a vertical shaft. Again, we have the black painted panels. From the outside, there was no indication that this bunker existed whatsoever. Even the tons of quarried rock had been taken away, again in complete secrecy. We knew before the war that Hezbollah was digging in their rural security pockets in the border district. Villagers used to hear mysterious nighttime dynamite blasts from remote valleys, but we assumed they were simply expanding natural caves or constructing small ammunition storage facilities. No one had an idea of the astonishing scale of the infrastructure that Hezbollah was installing in South Lebanon. And in the more than 12 years that I've been following these guys around, nothing before nor since exploring those bunkers has impressed me more deeply about Hezbollah's level of determination and single-minded dedication in pursuing its cause. One can only wonder what fresh surprises Hezbollah may have store if, God forbid, there is another round between it and Israel. I'll stop there and take your questions.
Yes, please.
We've heard of your travails at Ben Gurion Airport last night. What would the likely response of Hezbollah be to your visit here? I mean, would you expect any trouble over that?
I don't think they will look too kindly upon it, but they're fairly realistic about these things. They know that reporters, either based in Beirut, travel to Israel from time to time, and indeed reporters in Israel, foreign reporters in Israel, come to Beirut. When their media outreach began to get underway in the mid-1990s, they were very sensitive, not so much about foreign reporters based in Israel coming to see them and request interviews, but they were very sensitive about Israelis coming to Beirut on European, American, or whatever passports. And they have a requirement of, they take a photocopy of your passport when you go to see them. And this was, in the mid-90s, was really before the internet got going in Lebanon, at any rate. Today they do Google searches, I believe, so at least they can find out past date lines if there's someone that they're not entirely sure about. But by and large, I mean, they're fairly kind of realistic about these things. I think that some of the Hezbollah folks, some of the officials, pay very close attention to what's written about them in the foreign media. And these guys will have a clear idea about the reporter himself or herself and where they're from, whether they're kind of sympathetic to Hezbollah, whether they're against Hezbollah, whether they're neutral and impartial. And their view towards you will be based more on that rather than anything else.
Hirsch.
I can't imagine a country with an army within an army, with a system within a system, with an ideology within an ideology. Is there, forget Israel-Lebanese peace, but is there any chance of Lebanon making peace with itself?
Not for the foreseeable future, because you have this symbiotic relationship. This is Lebanon's problem, in a nutshell. This is a very simplistic way of putting it, but it's nonetheless true. Is that you have political bosses, the feudal clan chiefs within Lebanon, who are jostling against their rivals. And they look for the outside support, and very often that outside support is looking for an in to Lebanon because of the broader regional context. So you have this kind of self-perpetuating situation. You can go back to the late 1950s when there was Lebanon was the divide between the Eisenhower's policies and the Middle East, and Camille Chamoun, who was the Lebanese president then, very supportive of Western policies. And then you had the Arab nationalism of Nasser, again splitting the country down the middle, and there was a brief civil war in '58. You can go back to the 1860s and see the same dynamic when the British were supporting the Druze, the French were supporting the Maronites, the Sunni Ottomans were backing the Sunnis and the coastal cities, and even the small Greek Orthodox community in Lebanon excited the interest of the Russians. This has been a long, ongoing process, and until you can break that, then Lebanon is going to remain a kind of fractured society rather than united around around the state and the apparatus of state.
Sir.
Thank you. First of all, very intriguing, very interesting, your presentation, and very open as far as we are concerned, I guess. My question is related to the Druze. I mean, we know Druze in Lebanon, Druze in Syria, Druze in Israel, Druze even in the Golan Heights, tending to Syria. The Druze are a group of people that had to defend themselves for generations, Jebel Druze and so on and so forth, against anybody around. How does it work today, the interrelation between the different Druze diaspora?
On a personal level, I mean, there's not a great deal of interaction between the three main Druze communities, if you like. Obviously, the Druze community in Israel doesn't have the kind of contacts it might want with those in Lebanon and Syria. There is contacts on a leadership level, but certainly in Lebanon, the Druze tend to, because Lebanon is a country of small confessions, and it's all about survival. These folks are trying to survive within their immediate environment. And I don't think there's ever really been that strong or closer relationship between the Druze of Lebanon, say, and the Druze of Syria. Those differences tend to fall along state lines. The differences between Lebanon and Syria, and particularly after the last few years, in the assassination of Rafiq Hariri, the Syrian Druze will be supportive of the Assad regime, whereas the majority of Druze who follow Walid Jumblat were following Walid Jumblat, and they follow him whichever way he goes. So when he was with the Syrians after the death of his father in '77, all the way up until the final break with, the then break with Syria in 2005, the Druze were with Jumblat. Then he did the complete U-turn and was recommending car bombs be sent to Damascus when he was giving talks in the US. And the Druze followed him along that line. Now, in the last year, he's been flipping back and going a little more closer to the Syrians. And again, the Druze shrug their shoulders and say, well, that's the boss, and this is what we do.
Sir. Just a second, you'll get the microphone.
From your experience as a journalist in Lebanon for many years, do you think, or what is your belief, is the Lebanese army really trying to prevent from the Hezbollah controlling southern Lebanon, or this is another country?
Now, these are the questions that will get me into trouble when I go back to Beirut. Look, in Lebanon...
You can say you're just quoting Ethan.
No, I mean, look, the fact is that the Lebanese army is not strong enough to crack down on Hezbollah. Okay, there is no institution, be it political or military, in Lebanon that can forcibly disarm Hezbollah. And there is a kind of understanding that foreign pressure from both sides, whether it's from the Iranian-Syrian side or from Israel, Saudi Arabia, US side, there is an understanding within Lebanon that these issues have to be dealt with within a Lebanese context, that it can't be imposed from outside because you're just going to create another civil war if somebody comes in and forcibly tries to dismantle Hezbollah against their wishes. So the Lebanese try to operate within that parameter. So the Lebanese army, they're in the South Lebanon now. They're up to the border, have been since 2006, at the end of the war. There is more of a state presence down in that border district now. Hezbollah has abandoned the security pockets that they had between 2000 and 2006, which are mainly in the rural areas, in the wadis and the hilltops and along the blue line and so on. You know, if you've been following the news in Lebanon over the last 3 or 4 months, there have been these mysterious explosions in houses which have raised eyebrows. And there's reason to believe that, certainly in one case, that the house that exploded was a Hezbollah arms dump, and the UN pronounced so. The Lebanese army keeps an eye on the situation. It tries to prevent, actively tries to prevent the launching of rockets into Israel, not always successfully, as we saw just yesterday, I think, or the day before yesterday, wasn't it? But, you know, again, they're operating, not just the army, but the security forces in general, and politicians. They're operating within an environment of treading very warily, trying to maintain the status quo, which may not be ideal for anybody, but it's better than triggering another civil war. And Lebanon came close to a civil war in May last year, when the government pushed the envelope a little bit too much, and Hezbollah reacted. And it scared a lot of people, and people do not want to go down that road. And if it means that even if you don't support Hezbollah and you're suspicious of their agenda, if it means that they remain armed for the time being, oh, okay, that's all right, so long as, you know, of course, they don't start another war. But this is a kind of context that the Lebanese army is operating in.
Sir, in the back.
My question is...
Excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
That gentleman is next.
Thank you. We, the Israelis, believe that Hezbollah aims to destroy Israel. Do you agree?
They would like to. They would like to. Whether they'll get the opportunity is something else. When you look at Hezbollah, there are two things that you need to understand about Hezbollah, I think. One is you take them at face value. You look at their ideological goals. These were first pronounced back in 1985, when Lebanon was a very different country in the middle of the Civil War. And these ideological goals, in a nutshell, there were some that were related to the circumstances during the time of the war, but the two main points were, one, we would like to have an Islamic state in Lebanon run along similar lines to that of Iran. And the other one was destruction of Israel and the liberation of Jerusalem. Now, Hezbollah has gone through, since that period, you know, in the 1980s, it was a crazy time. There was a free-for-all in Lebanon, civil war, chaos. They could basically do what they wanted. It was a young, fledgling organization acting pretty much on Iranian orders and gradually finding its feet as the 80s went on. At the end of the civil war in 1990, it had to make a decision. Things had suddenly changed. The Syrians were running the country, and they could either stay outside the new framework and risk being isolated and having their influence eroded, or they could participate in the game. So back in 85, they had rejected the confessional political system in Lebanon, but they changed their mind. In 1990, they decided, all right, we're going to go for it. We're going to submit candidates to the first post-war parliamentary election, which they did in 92. And they formed, since then, a very potent political presence in parliament. And at the same time, they expanded their social service networks and so on throughout the poorer regions of the country, which are mainly Shia. And it's become entrenched within the framework of Lebanese society. Now, during the 1990s, many analysts were referring to Hezbollah going through a process of Lebanonization, that this could be a model for radical groups to move from the kind of extremism into accommodation with the political realities of the environment in which they find themselves. Now, this was partly true. They did Lebanonize in so much that they became more enmeshed in the fabric of Lebanese society. But their ideological goals have never changed. They still want to have an Islamic state in Lebanon. They're also extremely realistic, and they understand the circumstances in Lebanon. They know that it's a long-time goal agenda, and it's not something that they would force upon the Lebanese. And I mean, I've been hearing from them, from officials for years and years, and they say, look, we understand that Lebanon is a multi-confessional society. We believe that Lebanon would be best served by having an Islamic state, but we're not going to impose it on anyone, and we'll see, maybe in time we can persuade them. And the other thing is the destruction of Israel. Yes, they still want Israel destroyed. But, you know, this is one party, one organization. It's not going to do it on its own. There was a debate about 6 or 7 years ago within Hezbollah whether they should amend their manifesto of 1985 to update it to the current realities. And the idea was tossed around for a while, and in the end they thought, no, we're going to leave it as it is, which kind of shows that at the end of the day, these guys have still got the same motivations, they've still got the same ideological pillars upon which the organization is founded. But the way that they act is in a very kind of pragmatic way. For instance, you have to understand, I know there's a kind of a belief that if Iran's nuclear facilities are hit, there's going to be this sort of knee-jerk reaction from South Lebanon with rockets flying into northern Israel. That's not necessarily the case. This is not a black and white issue. It depends on what happens with the level of destruction in Iran, whether the Iranians see this as an existential threat, or whether it's something they can absorb and retaliate in their own particular way, rather than wasting a very useful asset which they have in Hezbollah. And I mean, these pictures, that bunker I showed you just there, that was one bunker in one wadi, which also had at least 6 or 7 other bunkers, not quite as big as that. That's just one wadi of dozens throughout South Lebanon. They built all this stuff up between 2000 and 2006, and it was all wasted in 1 month fighting. The Iranians don't want to have that mistake again. So there are all these various factors that play into what Hezbollah is able to do. Just to end this point, the most crucial factor is not the support that Iran gives it in terms of weapons and finance. It's the support of the Lebanese Shia community. And it's on that that Hezbollah's future rests. Because if Hezbollah loses the support of Lebanese Shia, it doesn't matter how much money the Iranians pump into the organization, that's it, it's finished. So that also tailors how it conducts itself. It has to appease and champion the interests of its Shia constituents.
And what about the other way around, Nick? If it loses the support of Iran, does it matter how much support it has from Lebanese Shiites?
Yeah, if it loses, I mean, I had a long conversation with Sheikh Naim Assam about this a couple of months ago. He's the number 2 in Hezbollah. And the way that they see it is that ideologically they follow the Wali al-Faqih. This is supreme leader. Now, he obviously is Khamenei at the moment in Iran, but it could also be a non-Iranian with no money sitting on a mountaintop somewhere. He is still the supreme leader as far as Hezbollah is concerned. Now, realistically, of course, it's not that simple. But the Hezbollah maintains that when we did the interviews in the context of the repercussions of the presidential election in Iran and the potential impact on Hezbollah, and of course Hezbollah was watching all this very carefully, but in public they were saying, look, it's not a problem, the situation will resolve itself in Iran, we're not worried about losing the support of the Iranians, and I think that that's probably true for the time being. How that will pan out in the future, we'll have to wait and see. But bearing in mind that Iran is not the sole supplier of funds to Hezbollah, no one really knows exactly how much they're getting, but the guesstimates are that Iran today supplies maybe half of Hezbollah's finances, and the rest of it comes in from Hezbollah's own international network of businesses, both legal and illegal, plus charitable donations and so on. So, I mean, even if the Iranians were to shut off the money supply and the weapons supply, Hezbollah would continue. In what kind of configuration? That's another question.
Ethan.
Thank you. Nick, the Israeli military view of the 2006 war is that while at the time Nasrallah became a hero and everyone thought that Israel screwed up, that today actually it worked. Okay, that's their sort of assessment, that Hezbollah has not shot a single rocket and is trying to stop others from doing so since 2006, and that Nasrallah has been, I don't want to say defanged, but certainly diminished in stature to some extent since, that the Iranians were quite unhappy with Hezbollah's behavior in 2006. I'm wondering how it looks from the other side.
Mm. Well, it was definitely something of a Pyrrhic victory for Hezbollah. I mean, they fought an amazing war and took everyone by surprise, both obviously the IDF and people who've been watching these folks over a number of years. But they did lose their military infrastructure in the border district. They've had to start from scratch elsewhere, building new facilities north of Litani, north of the zone patrolled by the UN in South Lebanon. And of course, it has been calm. It's been the quietest period in South Lebanon since before the '67 war. Both sides, I mean, in a way, we're back to the situation between 2000 and 2006, whereby, although there were these attacks in the Sheba farms in Hardav from time to time, at the end of the day, these were very minor irritations. They were absorbable by the IDF. It's a military zone. There are no civilians there. It allowed both sides to let off steam from time to time. And in many respects, it was probably preferable to have that little safety valve than to not have it and run the risk of some kind of escalation along the blue line proper between Lebanon and Israel. I think that we're back to that kind of situation where both sides are building up, and there's a kind of inevitable feeling that there is going to be another round. But in the same way that before 2006, when I was watching these guys building up in South Lebanon, we knew there was going to be a war. It was just a matter of time, who was going to start it, what the trigger factor was going to be, and I think we're at that same stage now. As for the point of view about the Iranians being unhappy with Nasrallah, I'm not sure about this. I mean, definitely the Iranians weren't happy with the war. They didn't want the war. But, you know, the war was triggered by the abduction of these two soldiers along the blue line. This didn't come as a surprise. Nasrallah had been telling the Israelis in public, we're going to take more of your soldiers unless you release the remaining Lebanese detainees. Now, he wouldn't take a strategic decision like that in isolation. This is obviously something that would have been discussed with the Iranians and the Syrians. In November 2005, Hezbollah mounted a multi-pronged, highly coordinated attack on this village, Qaja, split by the blue line, and they came very close to abducting Israeli soldiers then. It was only the fortuitous placing of some Israeli soldiers that overlooked the avenue of approach by the main Hezbollah kidnap squad, and the sniper was able to shoot 4 of the Hezbollah guys dead to stop the operation from succeeding. So we could have had the war in November 2005 instead of July 2006. The Iranians knew what was going on. There were a few other attempts, apparently, that we didn't get to hear about. So when one argues, and Nasrallah admitted 2 weeks after the war that mea culpa, I screwed up. We didn't read the Israelis right this time. It wasn't just Nasrallah; it was the Iranians as well. So sure, the Iranians are unhappy with the outcome of the war, with 6 years of effort into building up this sort of defensive network in South Lebanon destroyed. And yeah, they gave the Israelis a bloody nose, and that was all great and wonderful. But I don't think that the Iranians. I mean, I've been reading these reports for nearly 2 years now. That the Iranians have been tamping down on Nasrallah's powers and handing some powers to his subordinates and so on. I'm not entirely convinced.
Sir. Yeah. Hirsch, down here.
My question is, what would be the shape of the coming government in Lebanon? As you know, the visit of King Abdullah to Damascus didn't help at all to come with any conclusion. In other words, to whom will be the upper hand in the coming government? To Hezbollah, Bashar, and Ahmadinejad, or to the other side, Hariri, Saudi Arabia, and the West? Thank you.
Interesting question. On the surface, on paper, it'll be Saad Hariri and his allies, because they will have more seats allocated to them. There are 15, I think, 15 seats of the 30 seat cabinet will be allocated to them. And 10 were supposed to go to the opposition, and 5 seats will go to the president and his people. But the reality is that Hezbollah holds the balance of power in the country, and the government, whatever seats, whoever gets whatever seats, will operate with that knowledge. So there's only so much that they will be able to do.
Up until a year ago, there was support expressed by the United States for the government of Beirut. I don't know if this is still the case. If the U.S. is still supporting the government in Beirut, A, in what form is it taking, and B, what's the point if Hezbollah is in power, basically?
Yeah, well, that's a good point in itself. I mean, I think the Americans have become somewhat disillusioned with Lebanon. Certainly in the heady days of the so-called Cedar Revolution in the spring of 2005, after Hariri was killed, and there were all these anti-Syrian rallies, and they evoked these images of the Rose Revolution and the Orange Revolution and so on. Of course, Iraq was not doing well. Arab-Israeli, or the Palestinian-Israeli track was going nowhere. And the whole democratization program of the Bush administration was, not really going anywhere either. And then suddenly you had this little country in the Mediterranean that was having these rallies for independence and trying to kick the Syrians out. And it was irresistible, I think, for the Bush administration to get involved in that. But they become bogged down, as past American administrations have, in the realities of Lebanon, that things change. I went to this conference with the Washington Institute 2 years ago, and Walid Jumblat was the keynote speaker, and this is when he made his famous remarks when someone stood up and said, "So Walid Beg, what can the U.S. do for Lebanon?" And he said, "Well, the Syrians have been sending car bombs to Beirut. Why don't we send some back to Damascus?" And they loved it, the Washington Institute, of course. So this was all was great stuff. And now you've got Walid Jumblat saying that we were always very happy to have the Syrians here, and the Syrians were the ones that helped institute civil peace after the civil war. He's done a complete U-turn. And I have some friends in the administration and some of the think tanks in the U.S. who are very supportive of the role that the Bush administration in particular was playing towards Lebanon, and they're kind of sort of dejected and deflated by Jumblat's U-turn and the grinding realities of Lebanon that tend to sap the best of intentions after a while. So what are the Americans doing now? I think they're watching and waiting and seeing, and I think they understand now that whatever government emerges is not really going to be a very effective government. And once again, Lebanon is kind of held hostage to developments around the region. If there can be some sort of breakthrough between the West and Iran, then there's going to be this trickle-down effect in Lebanon. Same if the Syrians and the Israelis are able to resume peace talks again, there will be a trickle-down effect in Lebanon. Even if the Saudis and the Syrians can finally resolve their differences properly, we'll have the trickle-down effect in Lebanon.
All right, we have time for only two last questions. Jeremy, you had your hand up before. Okay, Oded?
I want to go back to the personal, professional life. You mentioned the interview that Sheikh Naim gave you. I'm sure that this is not because of the lack of trying to get Nasrallah himself. To what extent can do you ask for this sort of interviews and you get them whenever you want? What does it take to get this interview? How technically you do it? Do you have to present the questions beforehand? Is there any censorship that they apply? Do you have a disappointment not covering certain issue? Can you interview Iranians in Beirut? And do you check your car before you leave home?
Interviewing Hezbollah officials is actually a very straightforward business. You go to their press office or you call them up on the phone. The situation's changed a little bit over the years, but it's basically the same. You go to the media office, you say, I'd like to have an interview with whomever. These days, Nasrallah is almost impossible to get, unfortunately, but Sheikh Naim Asim is usually quite amenable to being interviewed. And so you put in your request, and then you sit by your phone and you wait. Sometimes it takes a few days, maybe a couple of weeks. It depends on who the reporter is. And what's happening in the country, and all these sort of petty little things. And when the interview does come through, there's now a bit of a procedure about getting to meet senior officials, which didn't apply before 2006. So before 2006, I would go to the Hezbollah press office in Dahye, in southern suburbs of Beirut, and we'd be put into a car, and they would put the little black curtains around, and then you would drive 200 meters into what was the old Hezbollah security quarter, which flattened during the war. And you go into a building and go up in the elevator and get shown into a room, and then Sheikh Naim would come in and shake hands and get on with the interview. Now it's a little bit more convoluted. You get into the back of the car again with the black dark curtains, but this time you spend about half an hour going around in circles, going down at least twice into underground garages, getting out of the car at least once into another black dark car. And then eventually you end up in yet another underground garage, and you get out of that in the darkness and walk straight into an elevator and go up to the apartment that they've requisitioned for the interview. But in the terms of the interview itself, I found in my experience that the Hezbollah leadership are very friendly, very frank. You can ask them whatever you want. Many of them have a great sense of humor. And, you see their rather forbidding countenance with its sort of turbans and beards and everything. But the folks, especially from South Lebanon, have a terrific sense of humor. And you can kind of joke with them a little bit, even Nasrallah. And it's always quite an interesting experience. Sometimes you need to work at these guys, but like any interview with a politician, they're not going to give anything for free. And if you sort of keep prodding away and use whatever skills you have in interviewing, you can come away with some quite enlightening information.
Thank you, Nick.
For those guys, yeah.
I think we've just about come to the end of this session. Thank you. You've given us a sense of Lebanon in which everything is constantly in transition, constantly in flux. Nothing decisive or conclusive ever really happens. Just as one possible piece of countervailing evidence, there was a report last week, I think, from Associated Press, maybe I'm giving publicity to the competition, about a group of Lebanese chefs in the presence of some observers of Guinness Book of Records concocting the largest hummus dish in history and claiming back the title from Israel of Home of Hummus.
Yeah, so we've done the same with tabbouleh as well, so you're going to have to...
So how's the hummus in Beirut?
The best.
Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Have a coffee break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Bye. Good afternoon again, and hand over the floor to my colleague Yoram Schweitzer.
Thank you, Hirsch. We have with us in this session Connie Moss, who is his media career hailing back over 20 years. He is working for two television networks, one in Holland and one in Belgium. This session was titled as Behind the Veil, hinting at the fact that these two countries are very rigidly Islamists. And from a previous conversation, short conversation with Connie, I heard that Saudi Arabia is surprisingly very open, or relatively open, what we perceive it to be. So without further ado, I would suggest that you will cover both countries, mainly Saudi Arabia, and a little bit about Sudan as well. Please, the floor is yours.
No, I know. He told me.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it's still good morning. When I was invited to be here today, my first thought was, it's about time to address this issue here in Israel, especially here. When I meet Israeli friends and colleagues who know that I'm traveling a lot for my work, they ask me, where have you been lately? And then when I mention the countries like Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, Somalia, Iran, and or Sudan, where I've been this year only, next to Lebanon and Turkey, there are two kinds of reactions. Most of the time they say, wow, I'm jealous. Understandable, since most of the countries where I can go as a journalist with a Dutch passport are off limits for Israelis. But when it comes to some of the countries I'm going frequently, my friends believe that somehow, somewhere, I must be crazy. Now the crazy part fits me somehow, since I'm crazy about the job I'm able to do already for so many years. But at the same time, what they mean, of course, is that it is crazy to go to certain countries because they are dangerous or you can't work there normally as a journalist. But that does not differ so much from the situations I've been here in Israel when it comes to the dangerous part. And of course the Palestinian territories and especially the Gaza Strip. Much has to do with the fact, in my eyes, how the Israeli media is reporting on these countries, as they call them here, the neighbors. Of course, it has also to do how politicians are mentioning or using these countries in the light of their political goals. It's no secret that in Israel people are indoctrinated, I must say, by the media and the politicians, how dangerous Iran is, and basically that a war is on the horizon. Just one, I would say, extreme example. But at the same time, I feel that the Israeli society does have funny ideas about most of the Muslim countries nearby or even a little further away. I believe that there are many misunderstandings about all these countries. Israel is claiming that we as foreign journalists can only work freely here in Israel and not in these other countries. And yes, I agree, we can work here freely. Although in the last 10 years, Israel is not so friendly anymore to foreign journalists as it used to be if I compare that with 10 years ago. And the difference I felt strongly when I went for 2 weeks to Saudi Arabia. By the way, not only there, but even for me, that was a surprise. It started already when I had to apply for the visa for my team, which is based here. And of course, when you work for television, you can't hide yourself. The embassy from Saudi Arabia knows very well where I'm based already for such a long time. It took exactly a week after meeting the ambassador, the Saudi Arabia ambassador in Holland, and the visas were ready. Maybe it will surprise you, maybe not. But renewing my yearly visa in Israel will take me, if I walk the official procedure, more than a few months. In some cases, I know from colleagues, more than half a year. Except when you pay somebody a few $100s who is friends at the Ministry of Interior, and you have it in a few days. A small difference. The ambassador from Saudi Arabia listened very well when I met him in Holland. And for a short while, he listened to the ideas I had, what kind of stories I wanted to make there. And finally he said, Connie, no problem, go ahead, your visa will be ready soon, and it was. But then he started to ask about the life in Israel. I spent altogether 1.5 hours with him. And of course the life in the Palestinian territories. At the end of the day, we spent more than 1.5 hours having a very open and nice discussion about the situation in Israel and the Palestinian conflict and his ideas. And they were clearly not anti-Israel or pro-Palestinian as many people would think here. There were 2 of the 6 stories we wanted to make, and we did make them at the end. I will show them to you in a few minutes if I know to push the right button here. No, not yet, not yet, not yet. One of them was about the rehabilitation program for Al-Qaeda prisoners in Saudi Arabia. Some of them, as they would say in Israel, had clearly blood on their hands. They were involved in attacks on the coalition forces in Iraq, but even more so Al-Qaeda prisoners who were imprisoned in Guantanamo Bay, and they were handed over with an agreement to the Saudi Arabia authorities. I was surprised that it was no problem, according to the ambassador. And he was right, we did it. The other one about women's rights, knowing that women's rights in Saudi Arabia are still a major, let's say, difficult issue. But let's have a look. Of course, the voiceover is in Dutch, I can't help it. The interviews are in English, but after you've seen the stories, I will give you some more explanation. And now I have to push this. And it didn't go. Yeah, it goes.
De staf van de gesloten afdeling van de gevangenis heet ons welkom. Het ziet er vriendelijk uit, maar hier zitten de leden van de meest bloedige terreurgroep, Al-Qaeda. Hun leider, Osama bin Laden, komt uit Saoedi-Arabië en de groepering is hier opgericht. Toch doorlopen deze zware jongens met succes een heropvoedingstraject.
I think less than 200 people actually, or close to that. About 280, I'm not actually sure about the number, have gone through the program. As far as I know, actually nobody of them have come back to prison.
Terreur is een groot probleem voor Saoedi-Arabië. In het land zijn regelmatig aanslagen en Saoediërs plegen terreurdaden over de grens. De daders worden altijd keihard aangepakt. Tegenwoordig liegen de gevangenisstraffen er nog steeds niet om. Maar daarna brengen sociologen, psychologen en religieuze leiders de terroristen weer op het rechte pad.
We're trying actually to make sure that people understand that this ideology is not in any way related to real Islam. And this is an ideology which is trying actually to take advantage of Muslims, especially young Muslims.
Met lessen over de islam en maatschappijleer hopen de autoriteiten een nieuwe aanwas van terroristen te voorkomen. Er is ook tijd voor ontspanning. Westerse journalisten zijn op veel plekken doelwit van Al-Qaeda. Maar hier vond ik mij ontspannen verwikkeld in een spelletje tafeltennis met de Al-Qaeda-mannen. Vele van hen zaten jaren in Guantanamo Bay, maar ook strijders uit Irak doen mee.
دخلت العراق وكنت مدة بعدين رجعت. لا حوالي 8 شهور 7 شهور. شاركت تقريبا مرتين.
Onder Al-Qaeda waren ze bereid te sterven voor de zaak.
في ذاك الوقت كنت أعتقد في ذاك الوقت كنت أعتقد.
Maar nu denken ze aan andere zaken.
الزواج أول شيء بعدين مواصلة الدراسة.
De overheid helpt ze ook financieel om weer een nieuwe start in hun leven te maken.
We try to aid them to buy a small car to travel on or to use as a transportation means. Also for those who intend to get married, we help them and financially to the cost of the wedding, the cost of the dowry.
Een succesvol programma volgens de autoriteiten hier. Het deradicaliseren van Al-Qaeda-aanhangers. Hier worden ze weer klaargestoomd voor een goede terugkeer in de maatschappij. Maar dat geldt niet voor zware criminelen, moordenaars. Want die krijgen hier nog de doodstraf. Connie Mus, RTL Nieuws, Saoedi-Arabië. De staf van de gesloten afdeling van de gevangenis heet ons welkom. Het ziet er vriendelijk uit. Maar hier zitten de leden van de meest bloedige terugkom. Het ziet er vriendelijk uit. Maar hier zitten de leden van de meest bloedige terugkom. De doodstraf. Connie Mus, RTL Nieuws, Saoedi-Arabië. Connie Mus, RTL Nieuws, Saoedi-Arabië. Moordenaars. Hier. Het deradicaliseren van Al-Qaeda-aanhangers. Social
next story with someone
daarover Arabië.
About the number have gone through
Technical man is gone.
As far as I know, actually nobody of them about the number have actually.
De staf van de gesloten afdeling.
De
staf van de gesloten afdeling van de gevangenis heet ons welkom. Het ziet er vriendelijk uit. Maar hier zitten de leden van de meest bloedige terreurgroep, Al-Qaeda. Hun leider, Osama Bin Laden, komt uit Saoedi-Arabië en de groepering is hier opgericht. Toch doorlopen deze zware jongens met succes een voorkomen. Er is ook tijd voor ontspanning. Westerse journalisten zijn op veel plekken doelwit van Al-Qaeda. Maar hier vond ik mij ontspannen.
Oh, the two stories.
Okay, we'll leave it with this one.
All right. Oops. All right, you have to do this one story.
You can tell us about the next one.
Another one was taken away by the censorship probably here. First of all, I have to mention that I lost my table tennis game from the Al-Qaeda guys. I didn't do it on purpose because I was not afraid of them, but I mean they have much more time in prison to exercise than I do with a job. Okay, we'll do it again. Getting into prison, I mean it was amazing. It was no problem at all. Of course, the Saudis had a good story to tell. They claim a successful rehabilitation program. And in Saudi Arabia, money is of course no problem. They can set up such a program just like that. These prisoners get money to make a new start in the society after being rehabilitated within 1 year. The program takes 1 year. They even get a brand new car. I mean, not a big limousine or an expensive Mercedes, but still, after the program. And if they want to marry, as the man said in his story, and I checked it with one of these guys, and also outside the prison, the royal house is paying for their wedding. They hope in this way to rehabilitate this guy. But one thing we were not able to check, and that is if the program is really successful. And if these prisoners will not fall again in the hands of Al-Qaeda again. From some of the prisoners, I had my doubts after talking to them. In the way they were looking at me, I wasn't convinced. And again, we couldn't check that part, so that we reflected in the story. The interviews were done without any restrictions. I felt totally free in what I could ask, and had not the impression that they were prepared for the interviews, what is happening a lot, even in this part of the world. Some of them were even surprised to see us in prison with a camera and meeting them and talking to them. Doing this story in the prison in Saudi Arabia is for this country definitely already special. I'm trying, for example, already for years, I just told you so, to do a story on Palestinian prisoners in Israel, in the prison, but never till today I've been able to do so. In a Hamas prison in Gaza, I did it, by the way, but there the prisoners were really afraid to talk, and which was so clear, and that was also expressed in the story, of course. But in general, we as journalists know that in most countries it is difficult to do stories in prison, even when there is a good story to tell. Even in Holland it's not easy to get that done. And then I mean, for a country like Saudi Arabia, it was just a surprise. Women rights, that was the other story I wanted to show. When we did our research, we found some interesting things. The first women basketball team in Saudi Arabia. Okay, you should have seen it in the story. They still have a long way to go before they have the level to participate in the Olympic Games. But they crossed the road in Saudi Arabia and are allowed to exist, which is already something. Although training and playing is taking place at the American International School in Jeddah and not elsewhere so far. We discovered a woman fashion designer, famous and known, for example, in Lebanon, where Nick is based. She designs her work in Riyadh, can talk openly and free, but fashion shows she is not allowed to hold in Saudi Arabia because her designs are provocative and, or even better, to make it clear to say, too sexy for the Saudis. I was thinking about that when I read this week how the Fox clothing shops adjusted their advertising in Israel under the pressure of Orthodox rabbis. The government in Saudi Arabia is claiming that women should have more freedom and that the situation now, which is clearly extremely conservative, should be changed. They talk about it, but so far it is talking and no more than that. But at the same time, there is the first women manpower office where women can find a job on a management level. But also, they are working already for years on a new law that would allow women to take driving lessons. I'm not going to make a joke now. So they could drive cars, but even that is not allowed yet. But they're talking about it. And it's even, but till today, it is still the situation that a woman needs to be in company when she walks in the street, and of course, she needs to be in company when she is in a car. There is still a lot to do, but the openness is growing and is amazing. In both stories, we have been open and even sometimes critical, what we always do. And of course, I was very curious to find out how the ambassador, who was so nice and friendly to me in Holland, in issuing us the visas, being based here, would react after seeing the stories on TV in Holland. But to my pleasant surprise, I received a very nice email from him after the stories were broadcasted in Holland, that he didn't agree with everything what I said and what we explained and even showed, but he liked the way we portrayed the issues in his country anyhow. For Mark Rekov, sometimes in Israel, we have a hard time on that issue. And that I was always welcome to come back. I think that is something which is amazing, because many people here in Israel have the idea you can't work freely there, and they always think only in Israel can you work freely. During our 2 weeks there, and I do hope to get back next year, we did not feel hindered by anything. The people are very open and curious. I felt totally free to do whatever we wanted to do and or ask people. We felt welcome wherever we were. On any subject we were doing stories. Nobody followed us. We didn't have a minder. Really, we were able to work normally as we should anywhere. Of course, that is not the case in many other countries we are working as journalists, but in most of the countries here around, we can work reasonable, free, and we are very welcome there. In Sudan, I was with an aid organization. Traveling alone is too dangerous there, which is definitely frustrating, as it is frustrating in Afghanistan and Iraq also. Although with the help and under the cover of aid organizations like International Red Cross and others, you can show a little bit more than the tip of the iceberg. But I'm not claiming that I could show what is really going on in Sudan. The same for Somalia, by the way, where I was recently. I think there goes the lunch. These countries are too dangerous to conduct open and free journalism because of the situation, which is not stable, to put it mildly. And that is a shame, since I strongly believe that showing issues which are keeping people busy in these countries, and I mean, for example, social issues, are very important to report on. When we only hear about politics from these countries and or conflicts, we will never understand each other and even get the wrong impression about these countries. In Israel, most of the people are not well informed about the people in countries where they don't have relations with. They see and hear only politics and see mostly the ugly reactions or actions from minorities there. To see and hear only politics and see actions is bad. It would help to hear and see how people live, what they feel and what they're worried about in their daily lives. Then you see easily that even in these countries, they are facing issues, social issues, Israeli citizens are facing too. Politicians and media in Israel have a big responsibility in working on that. In Saudi Arabia, the people are curious about Israel and the society, and they are not by definition anti-Israel. The same is for most countries. I had many pleasant talks in coffee shops with shopkeepers and even intellectuals in Syria. They're curious. They want to know more. They want to know what is life here. They have there also the wrong ideas. Curious questions about the life here and how Israeli people and what they think. So also there is not enough knowledge about the people here. The same mistake they're making there, what they make in Israel here, that they don't know enough about the people there. And I think that we as journalists have a duty to continue to show more the life and the concerns of people in the countries we work, and less about the language of the politicians and or minority groups who are looking for violent solutions. Of course, we should not ignore them, and news is and stays news, since people have the right to know. And we know the impact we have and or can and should have. So bringing the hard news like violent reactions or wars and important political developments are and stay crucial in our reporting. But I strongly believe that showing the social life, the normal life, and interesting aspects of social lives in neighboring countries from Israel and the other way around are very crucial also to get a better understanding for people, and I see that as a very important job we as journalists have to do. Thank you, and sorry about the technical problem, but... Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Connie, for your presentation. Just very short comments. Since I have my own experience in Israeli jails for 2.5 years.
What did you do?
I went in and out.
Okay.
I also played table tennis, and to my luck, he was a very good player, the guy, the Palestinian guy, and they filmed only the point that he lost. So, to my fortunate luck, that was the case. There was a period in Israel when prisons were very open. There were several films that were produced in Israeli jails, and I think there was a slight change in policy, and I'm sure it will be dealt with in future. But the good news is that Saudi Arabia is a little bit open up, and good indication for that. Please. Please. Yeah, please. Yeah, no, I think they want to record it.
It's not my question, but I was a little irritated when you said that with some money you can get your visa in Israel faster. To me, the simple word is bribery. Is that what you really had in mind? You have to bribe here the officials to get the visa?
No, I mean,
okay.
If you try to walk the normal way, and you don't get your visa, or you have to wait half a year, so you are without a visa, which means for me that I can't go to Gaza, for example, or have problems when I'm coming back into the country when I've been out. And you hear in the corridors of the Foreign Press Corps that I know this taxi driver, if you pay him $200, you have it in 1 day. What should you do?
Well, my question is related to...
I don't like bribes because I'm Dutch. I don't like to pay money for things like that.
Oh. Okay.
Taxi driver.
That was an irritating point. But we know in Saudi Arabia, in Arabia I would say, even before it became Saudi Arabia 100 years ago, the holy place to Islam is Mecca and then Medina, and we know the reasons with Muhammad and so on and so forth. Now, Jerusalem becoming the third most important holy place, which has to do with history that I claimed before, that people don't know the history. Now, how do the Saudis look at Jerusalem, realizing that really in their own country are the real holy places?
When I started to, after a few days, to get a little bit the feeling about the people here and that they were really open and I could feel free, I started once in a while, when I was really comfortable with a few people, to say that I live in Jerusalem and I work from Jerusalem. They didn't stop asking questions. They're very curious about it. They want to go here. They want to see it. You have to understand, in their religion, Jerusalem, as you mentioned yourself, is also very, very important. Of course, they have the most important place in their own country, but they would love to go here. They would love to come here as tourists and to visit Jerusalem. And they hope that that is going to happen. And there is curiosity. They want to know. Also in Saudi Arabia, and also when in the 2 weeks, I mean, we journalists do that always when we are traveling, reading like crazy the local newspapers. There is a lot of reporting about what is happening here, about the conflict, but only, the hard news part, as I call it always. And the social issues, you don't see that in the newspapers there, but they're very curious. When I was there, it was funny. One of the Gulf states appointed a representative to the United Nations, which was a woman. I don't remember which one. It was Dubai or Qatar or one of these, and she was Jewish. So when I was there, that was mentioned in the newspapers, and I asked, "You don't have a problem with that?" So no, why not? If she is good, it's all right.
Everybody in this room is either involved as a journalist, or we obviously are consumers of television and newspapers and so forth. So I think we have somewhat of a snapshot of what exists today. I'm wondering if you can share any anecdotes from the countries you visited, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Sudan, Somalia, what you've mentioned, of what are feelings amongst young people, say in their teens, under 18, if you have any anecdotes or observations from what we can expect in the future towards the entire Middle East, towards Israel, anything like that.
I never did a research on how people really feel and in what direction they're feeling and what they're hoping for. But wherever you go, and if you talk to young people, you talk to intellectuals or the simple taxi driver or the restaurant owner or the waiter in the restaurant, all people want to have a normal life. They want to have, relations with countries. They would like to travel in the area much more and easier than they can do now. It doesn't differ from when you talk to Israelis, but at the same time, you feel in the Arabic countries like you feel in Europe and the rest of the world, and even here, when it comes to the situation here, that nobody believes that this conflict is ever going to be solved. And that is what they have in the Arab world. You feel that also it's never going to work. You can't trust the Israelis, and the Palestinians are a problem. It's never going to work. And that is the general mood, which is reflecting basically the mood what you see internationally also.
I'm not a journalist, I'm a writer, and I gather a lot of my information from articles. And what I hear here today, not just from you, but from other speakers and from the articles that I read, there's really important responsibility for you reporters to bring in facts, and this is what Ethan was talking about as far as not bringing your agenda and your opinion and judgments into it. And what's really difficult in this region to do that is because when you're a foreigner journalist, you come here with a certain drive, otherwise you wouldn't be here, to do what you do. And so with your own respect going into Saudi Arabia and just the different opinions that you did state here in regards to the difficulty in getting certain things done here in the country of Israel as opposed to getting things done in Saudi Arabia, there was something in there that was missing for me, and I just have to mention this because it's very important for you to bring in facts and being responsible to your readers, because basically we form our own opinions and the truth from what we read from the journalism. So going into a country where the social economic situation is cherry and saying, oh, everything is beautiful, and they're really curious, and comparing it to Israel where everything is the complete opposite, where we're grinding and fighting with our teeth and nails. And I'm a peace person. I don't have an agenda here or there. And in my writing, it comes forth as well. It's a very dangerous situation to compare the two situations and get a non-biased final fact/opinion. Also, what people are not stating here, and I don't know, I came in late, but from some of the people that I did hear, is that we're comparing the conflict between a country and another country, whether it's the Palestinians, Lebanese, whatever other countries we're in conflict with. But what I don't hear is with the common enemy of both the Israelis and the Palestinians is terrorism. And what I'm trying to figure out in my research, where is that coming in to affect? Because the truth and the facts that we're getting from people is I'm sorry, I'm going to take one more minute, is the conflict that is happening between Israelis and Palestinians, whereas it's not the complete truth. Us Israelis have to deal with terrorism constantly, and so do the Palestinians, by the way, the common people that you're stating that just want peace. So my question to you, how do you not come in with an agenda to when you're making your comparisons, even just here within the room? How do you not do that? Did you understand the question? I'm sorry, there was just a lot for me to talk about.
No, thank you.
I don't think that there's definitely a misunderstanding that journalists are coming here with an agenda. I mean, then what kind of agenda? We come here and we do our job here, reporting the story as good as we can, as honest as we can, as objective as we can. I mean, we are not perfect. I mean, we're human beings and we make mistakes and we are not always right. But I think, as Eitan pointed it out also at the beginning today, I think we do a very professional and good job in getting close to the truth and to get the real picture. Although that's sometimes very difficult in this part of the world. I mean, everybody, I always say, is trying to sell us something. And everybody somewhere, somehow is right. And at the end of the day, you have to reflect that in your story in an honest way. But I don't agree that when we come here, I mean, that is an accusation I hear a lot. And we have to deal with that and to live with that. That we come here with an agenda to be good for one or to be bad for the other one. It's not like that. It's not like that. And if I'm talking about the neighboring countries, you know when you are based in Jerusalem that you're based in a very important place because the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is alive in all these countries. They're busy with it. It's an issue for them. Although they're tired of it and they don't believe in a solution anymore and one points the finger to that one and the other one points the finger to that one. But it's still an important issue. And again, I don't believe that the colleagues I know, I don't know all of them, but many of them, I don't think that we are coming here with a certain agenda. We want to do a good job. I mean, if we don't do a good job, we should not be in this profession.
I would like to refer you, with your permission, to another conflict. It is well known that the majority of the hijackers of the planes in order to attack on 9/11 the United States were Saudi Arabia citizens including Mr. bin Laden, of course, who was away, he was not among the hijackers, that was born there. Now, the connection between Saudi Arabia and Sudan is by the fact that bin Laden, when he was exiled, he chose to continue his living and business in Sudan. Do you have any answer to the fact, how is it that Saudi Arabia became such an environment in spite of the fact that Saudi had a long history of doing business with the United States?
No, I think there's a lot of things have changed after 9/11 in Saudi Arabia. I strongly believe that in the research I did and also when I was there, that most of the people in Saudi Arabia were shocked which was growing among their own people, and it was Al-Qaeda and the Osama bin Ladens. And I mean, you never know 100%, but I have the strong impression now that Saudi Arabia is taking it very serious. They don't want to get a name again that these guys who are doing these things came from their soil. They're very serious in dealing with them. They're arresting these people when they have intelligence on them that they get involved or are involved again. They keep an eye on them, and I believe them when they say that they were in shock when they came from their what came from their the origin came from their country.
Let me just before you ask, look, I think that since terrorism is very educative, Saudi Arabia started to deal with terrorism more seriously when they were attacked by suicide bombers in 2003 and on. Just a month ago, in August, the deputy minister of Interior was almost killed by an Al-Qaeda suicide bomber. So I think this was one of the reasons, at least, beside the American pressure, that led them to deal with the issue. And I think it's also in spite of this de-radicalization process, which is kind of successful as we get the impression from their reports, there are still some solid cells that are operating in this kingdom, including people that are coming from Yemen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not 100% waterproof what they're doing. I don't think that I have to explain in Israel how difficult it is to deal with terror groups like Al-Qaeda or whatever name they have. How long is Israel already trying to deal with that and not 100% waterproof successful? In Saudi Arabia, I think in a very short time they take tough measures and they are having a very good record in the moment.
What impression do you get in Saudi Arabia from the people on the street about the Saudi initiative peace? Is there any readiness for that? As you know, with Jordan and Egypt, the peace remained between the governments, but not between the people. What is your impression? Is that the picture in Saudi Arabia as well?
Now, as I said before, people don't believe in the moment, like many other people, almost the whole world, in the moment that there is a solution here for the conflict. At the same time, when it comes to an initiative like the Saudi initiative in the peace process here, you must understand that it's written and made by the king and the princes and the guys who are in power there. And what they do, you don't argue with that, you accept that. And you don't go and really criticize that in a terrible way. Although you see in the newspapers there that there are intellectuals saying things about that who don't agree with the initiative, and you see people there who agree with the initiative. But they are very careful with that because if the king writes something, it's the king, and it's not the prime minister.
In women's rights in Saudi Arabia, why were you able to interview women? And that's one question. And because the question is very relevant, because I'm thinking about it that my mother, 60 years ago, got in Egypt her permit license without any problem. And now women in Saudi Arabia still can't get a driving license. And did you attend a driving lesson?
Yeah, it's a pity we couldn't show the story somehow.
Sorry, Connie, we checked the disc, and on the disc, if there's only that one thing that repeats itself. I apologize.
Then my editor made a mistake. It's my fault.
No?
Yes, if you would have seen the story again, then you would have seen that we interviewed the manager of the manpower office who was employing people and sending them out to companies. We interviewed, and that's a pity you didn't see that the fashion designer, which was amazing. By the way, it's my favorite hobby to interview women, of course. We interviewed the girls from the basketball team in Jeddah. They talked openly and freely, and they were critical that it's not going fast enough, but that they were happy with the few steps which were taken already. And it was no problem at all to talk to women. And again, also they talked freely. And we went to them on our own. I mean, we did our research, we contacted them. They received us very nice and friendly, without any problem. And they talk. And they talk about very freely about what they want and what they're looking for, without any problem. So yes, we did.
I'd like to... when you're in Sudan, Somalia, I mean, it's such a critically important strategic part of the world. Do you ever see stability there? Do you ever see Sudan or Somalia working into some form of normalcy? Is the genocide going to continue untapped?
In the way I have been in Somalia and Sudan, I can't really judge and get a good picture because I couldn't travel there safely and freely. Where I did travel freely half a year ago or less was in Pakistan for 2.5, 3 weeks. And I think we have to worry more about Pakistan than all the other countries we're mentioning. Pakistan is a major problem. Al-Qaeda is flourishing there. I don't see that in the way the military in the moment in Pakistan, and we see it now, I mean, bomb attacks almost every day. When I was there, they blew our hotel up where we stayed 2 days before in Peshawar. And again, I saw now, it was yesterday or today, bomb attacks in Peshawar again. I think that Pakistan is the most worrisome place when it comes reflecting stability in the entire region here. And about Somalia and Sudan, it's very difficult to judge. I went to Somalia and I went sailing with the Dutch Marines on the Indian Ocean looking for pirates. Couldn't find anybody, to the disappointment of my daughter. I promised her pictures from pirates. And in Sudan I was with 8 workers. And you get a little bit the feeling, but you don't get the real feeling what's going on in the country.
Tell us a bit more about Pakistan, if you don't mind. Do you think the military is stable there and the people who've got the bomb are reliable?
Yeah, they're very reliable. They're very successful. The military, what is interesting there, the military is operating on its own. There's no coordination or communication with politics. I mean, let's say if they start tomorrow an operation, in the afternoon they send a fax to the Prime Minister, listen, we started this and this so that you know about it. It's an entity on their own, and I see the Americans there also talking with the military people there to do what they want them to do with regard to the problems they have with Al-Qaeda. I mean, Al-Qaeda headquarters, Al-Qaeda's operation, Al-Qaeda's finances, whatever you need for an operation like Al-Qaeda is originating from Pakistan and not from Afghanistan. I don't think that in Afghanistan you will solve the Al-Qaeda problem. You have to solve the Al-Qaeda problem in Pakistan, and then you solve it, but no other way. And I think that that for a too long time we underestimated that. Also we as journalists, but we underestimated it. And don't forget, they have a nuclear bomb.
Connie, going back to your presentation, interesting presentation on Saudi Arabia, It begs the question: if things are so good, how come they're so lousy? What I mean to ask is, when President Bush, the younger, first took over, the Arab world was complaining that it wasn't given too much attention to the Middle Eastern conflict. Then Obama took over, and one of the first things he did was to meet with the king and actually beg him to come up with some sort of confidence-building measures to alter the atmosphere. They were talking about Israeli overflights, overflight rights over Saudi Arabia, and that was a no-go. What do you think could shift the government? Because if the government there is so powerful, how come they're so reticent when it comes to taking very basic tentative steps like that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's so difficult. If the if the people in Saudi Arabia or in other Arab countries see that both parties in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict are serious, that they're sitting down, that they're making progress, and that they do things to do on the issue of confidence building, you will see these countries coming forward. But a lot. I mean, like certain things which I was listening to Nick about Lebanon, certain interesting things were developing between Lebanon and Israel at a certain stage. On the level on international exhibitions, when Israeli winemakers from the Golan even were having an exchange after the exhibitions with winemakers in Lebanon. By the way, they make some fantastic wines there. That all was killed with the 2006 war. It not only destroyed, things on the ground, but it destroyed from the point of view of relations a lot. The Gaza war, I mean, that destroyed so much, I mean, you can't imagine. On the political level internationally and in this area. So now everybody is holding back again. But it can change again, as we know in this part of the world, things can change overnight. When we got another surprise from who knows what, when they see that Israel is doing serious positive steps towards the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are getting their act together better than they have it now, I strongly believe that these countries have no problems in slowly but sure getting into relations and let El Al fly over Saudi Arabia, for example.
We had a delegation going to a meeting from this institute, going to a meeting with people from the Gulf states, including Saudi Arabians. And they were much more concerned about Iran than on the Palestinian issue. Can you say a few words about this, about the fear of in Saudi Arabia from the Iranian potential nuclear?
Yeah, they're very concerned that there's going to be a war from Israel with an operation towards Iran, or that the United States is going to do something, because they realize themselves very well that will make this area where they're part of even less stable than it is now. And that's what they're really concerned about. And of course they're concerned about that the leadership in Iran is taking the wrong decisions and doing the wrong things, which will destabilize the area even more, because it will affect them also. You must not forget, also the Gulf states are paying the price for the financial crisis. The oil is not going to last forever, and they're looking in the future. They're thinking about the future, and they want to have a good future as anybody else.
I think that since there was a printing mistake here, we are going to end this session at 12:30 and come back at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. Everybody's invited to lunch. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for surviving that lunch and the way it appeared. But here we are. I'd like to introduce my colleague, Shlomo Blum, who will introduce Tagreed. All I can say is that, Tagreed, I so much appreciate the huge effort you've made to come over here. It's not an easy business getting here from Gaza, and all of us are very appreciative of the fact that you have made that effort and also that you've agreed to appear here. Thank you. Okay. Kobe.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. It's a special pleasure to chair a session in which Tagrid is the main actor. Everyone that knows Tagrid knows she is a very special person. And it's true.
Thank you. I know.
And in the context of this conference, she is also quite different from the other reporters that participate in this conference. Because first, she's local. She covers the society to which she belongs. And you don't need too much imagination to understand what kind of constraints and stress it can create. And second, she's a woman in a region that is ruled by an Islamic party, which is also, I would say, a little bit problematic. The Gaza Strip is for most Israelis a black hole, or alternatively, a nightmare. And you know that human beings usually expect a nightmare to vanish when they wake up. But it's not going to vanish. It's a territory on which 1 in a million people live, and as you heard, they are human beings. Most of them probably want to have normal life, good life. So I think that
Open sesame.
דברה, את מפעילה לה פה?
If everybody could take their seats, please. And we'll have a coffee break right after this. And then we'll do our final session after coffee. No, we will. We got the video. Do you want to start, Emily? You just tell me when. Yeah. אנשים יחזרו הם... Okay. Good afternoon to everyone, and we're approaching this this latest session. People have gone out for a bit. I'm sure they come right back in a few minutes. And I'm proud to introduce my colleague Emily Landau, who will introduce and be the chair of the session.
Thank you, Hirsch. Good afternoon.
This session will be devoted to Iran, as you can see on the program, and how one gets the story on Iran through the eyes of Mr. Stefan Jensen, who's the Middle East correspondent for TV2 Denmark. Now, I think there's pretty widespread agreement by this point that Iran, from before the June elections, is not the same as Iran in the post-election period. The challenge to governing bodies in Iran is clearly of a new kind, with the authority even of Khamenei himself being challenged directly by the post-election protests. We know that there are new fault lines among the leading political figures, and there's a sense that the Revolutionary Guards have been strengthened, have increased their strength within this new matrix. But there are obviously many, many unknowns about the evolving situation, and there are probably more unknowns than knowns, and especially with regard to the questions that are probably uppermost on the minds of people here in Israel, namely, whether there's a real chance for regime change in Iran, what that change might look like if it were actually to come about, and in particular, what this could mean as far as Iran's nuclear program is concerned, as far as Iran's nuclear plans are concerned. So I believe that Mr. Jensen will be touching upon some of these questions, but I think that his major focus will be, in fact, the direct opposite of what we heard in the previous session, where Tagreed was talking about how she is reporting on Gaza from within Gaza and the special challenges that that presents for her as a Gazan herself. In this case, what we're going to be hearing about, I think, a little bit more is the problems that Mr. Jensen faces as far as getting the story from Iran when he is not physically present in Iran. And I guess this is a problem that Israeli reporters that cover Iran are quite familiar with. I think he'll also tell us a little bit about the Iran that he saw on his 4 visits to Iran. But before I turn the mic over to him, I want to just say a few words of introduction. I do have a short bio on Stefan Jensen. He's been the Middle East correspondent for TV2 Denmark since the establishment of the TV station 21 years ago. He has lived with his family, his wife and 2 children in Jerusalem since 1991. Before that, he worked on Danish radio news and various Danish newspapers. In his words, his baptism of fire, quote unquote, was Operation Litani in 1978, when he was a freelance journalist, because at the same time he was actually studying archaeology. But eventually, again in his words, the dramatic present pushed aside the ancient past, and he became a full-time journalist, and he has covered most of the big and important events in the Middle East since the early 1980s. He's been teaching in the Danish School for Journalism for the past 9 years. His first book, entitled Report from a Desert Mirage, about reporting from a war-torn Middle East, was published in 2007. And his next book, which surprisingly is also about the Middle East, will be published in the spring of 2010. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will attempt to show some video. Should I go up there? Okay, I'll go up there. Should I push anything? You hear me? I will try to show some video later on, but if we dare to try again. But right now, I'll just make a short introduction. First of all, I am not an Iran expert, and I do not know the finer workings of the Iranian political system. I've been, as Emily said, in Iran only 4 times. It did not used to be part of my area that I should cover. It came later on, and I've only covered. I've been covering 3 elections in Iran, and then one time I was there with outside of an election. So it's not It is not something I have under my skin the same way I have other places in the Middle East that I know much more closely. But nevertheless, this is also the way many of us foreign correspondents have to work. I mean, I'm from a small country, from a small TV station, and I have to cover the entire Middle East, which is 20-something Arab countries plus Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan, and Israel. So there's more than enough on my plate, and it's sometimes a little bit complicated and tough to keep up with all the places. So there are places that I'm sometimes thrown out into, or we call it parachuted into as a reporter, and that I have to find a way how to report nevertheless, even though I cannot claim some special expertise. Now, Iran, for me to get to Iran is a complicated matter because I have to go via Denmark. I have to play this game that also Connie talked a little bit about, that although the Iranians and the Iranian embassy in Copenhagen know very well that I live in Jerusalem and I lived here for many, many years, and that it's also written, I don't advertise it, but it has been written several times in Danish media and Danish press that I'm Jewish, because I've had some fallout sometimes with the Israeli embassy, and they think it's very piquant that a Jewish reporter is fighting with the Israeli embassy in Copenhagen and stuff like that. So it is written in the media. Also, during the war in Lebanon in 2006, my cameraman and I were almost killed by some Israeli bombs in Dahia when we covered it. And this also, the Danish media thought it was pretty interesting that I, who lived in Israel and is Jewish, almost got killed by Israeli bombs. So it's written there, and of course all the embassies are sitting cutting newspaper clippings about the reporters that are covering the Middle East, so they know. They know, but we play the game, almost the same game, you know, as a gays in the American forces, where it's like a don't ask, don't tell. They don't ask me if I live here, and I don't tell them that I live here, and all of us know that this is part of this theater play that we have to act our roles. So anyway, usually I think it's because of that, I usually have a hard time getting my visas. Right now, for example, I applied again for a visa to Iran because I wanted to be there for the 4th of November when we have the 30th anniversary of the hostage affair on the American embassy. That was one of the crucial parts of the revolution. Because the opposition has announced that they want to do counter-demonstration. There's usually always a demonstration on that day in Tehran, and there will also be this year, of course, because it is this big anniversary, but now the opposition wants to do a counter-demonstration. I wanted to be there for that, and I've actually been applying for a new visa ever since I was sent out of Iran after the elections, on the day after the elections, because my visa expired and I couldn't get it extended. So I had to leave, and ever since that day, I have been applying for a new visa, and I've been sort of pushing increasingly now because I wanted to go back, and I'm not going to go back. They already told me that probably I will not get a new visa before January or something like that. So that is a little bit of a problem when you have to cover a place that you are simply being kicked out and trying to get in like that. I would say that this time I came, actually let me also tell you why it was almost by coincidence I ended up being there for this election, because I actually applied for a visa to Iran last year in November because I wanted to be there in January. Was it then January 20th that Obama was sworn in? Yes. I think it was, yeah? And I wanted to be in Tehran to be there for the swearing-in ceremony and cover it from Iran. So I applied already in November, and I got the visa in the end of January, I mean a week after the swearing-in ceremony, although they knew that this was the whole reason for it. Since it took me such a long time to get it, and they said, now I had to use it, because otherwise I would lose it. So I said, there's no reason for me to go to Iran now. Can I not push it until June when we have the election? So at least there will be something sensible for me to cover. Then it took again a long time before I got a new visa. And then I got the visa in early May for 10 days. And I said, listen, guys, it will mean that I'm out of Iran again before the elections. In the end, I got it for 20 days and pushed a little bit so I could be there until the day after the election, which meant I could not be there for the actual result. I could only be there for the voting, but not for the result. I tried to complain, it didn't help, and I figured that I better go because otherwise I'll never make it. And then they said to me, when your visa almost expires, go to the Ministry of Interior and apply again, and they will extend it, which I of course did, like any reporter did in Tehran those days, and none of us got an extension, and whenever our visas expired, we had to leave. That's one thing. Then I would say, What was different this time from previous visits? One thing is, previous visits, for example, during the election that brought Khatami to power the first time, Mohammed Khatami, during that time leading up to that election, I had to have somebody from the Ministry of Islamic Guidance, as it was called, their version of the Ministry of Information. I had to have a minder from the ministry with me at all times. And even in spite of me having a minder from the Ministry of Interior with me at all times, I was constantly stopped by all kinds of strange intelligence services or security services. I managed one single day to be arrested 5 times, which made that day totally impossible. I think I filmed 5 minutes of footage because it turned out, they have all these big facades of buildings where they have painted, the very famous one with the American flag with the red lines ending up into being bombs. And the stars, and I think one of the stars is even the Star of David. So this is one big facade. And we went around filming these facades, and there are many political facades. And it turned out that we did not know that behind one of those facades was one of these many security services, and it was forbidden to film that building, which we did not know. And had they not arrested us for doing it, we would never have known that this was actually home of one of the security services. But we were kindly told that by the security service and then arrested. Anyway, so that was like back then. This time, to my big surprise, we ended up negotiating ourselves out of having a minder with us because I brought with me a Danish cameraman of Iranian background. He left Iran to avoid doing army service during the Iraq-Iran war. Because of that, of course, he couldn't return for many, many years. But then at some point, the Iranian authorities decided to make some kind of blanket amnesty that you could pay a huge fine and then you could get your papers cleaned up. Iran could get a lot of money at the time from all these exiled Iranians that then could come back. And therefore, he can return. So because I had this Iranian cameraman with me who have been visiting Iran many times, they decided that, okay, we did not need to have a minder with us this time, which was surprising to me. But it also meant that because I had this Iranian-born cameraman with me whose family still lives in Tehran, I probably also put some more limitations on myself because I cannot think only of my own security, but also I have to think about his security or safety. And secondly, I probably also put some limitations on myself. I mean, I would, for example, not go out in hiding with a small camera in a taxi past one of the nuclear installations and film through the window and stuff like this just to try to get some footage out. Simply because in this respect, the Iranians does not have a sense of humor and they would not appreciate it. And me with my background, which is not a big secret, can very easily be accused of being a spy. So I have to tread very carefully when I'm in places like these. So I do not do that kind of stuff. And so within those limitations that maybe they put on me or maybe I put them on myself, I don't know if it's self-censorship or not, it's within this little field of operation that I try to do stories that still make sense. And one of the issues we can maybe discuss later on afterwards is what does that mean actually to our coverage? Because these are not limitations I put on myself when I cover Israel, for example. And it does mean that our coverage somewhat is out of balance because I put many limitations on myself in Iraq, in Syria, in Iran, because of these things. Nevertheless, I was there. I have to progress so I don't take all the time for the Q&A. I must say also one of the barometers, I think it's called barometer, one of the barometers of sensing the atmosphere in Iran usually is the chador, the covering, the woman's dress. Usually when you come different times, you can sort of sense the atmosphere, which way the political winds are blowing, by the thickness, the woolly quality of the chador. If it's thick and woolly and very black, then it's a bad time, and also it will be all the way down in the forehead and close underneath the nose with the hand. And sometimes you come to Iran and it's much more silky and even with a little pattern and very thin and maybe way back so you see some of the hair. Now, this time I've never ever experienced anything like it. I mean, first of all, there was a variety of chadors which were no longer even chadors. It was basically just a hijab, like a scarf, and then a long, coaty, kind of little bit baggy kind of coat. And sometimes even in colors. And sometimes the scarf that the girls were wearing was very, very flimsy and very, very you could see through it, yeah? And I even saw, it sounds maybe even, I don't know how it sounds, but I even saw quite sexy versions of the chador. It sounds like a contradiction in terms, but up in northern Tehran, for example, I saw girls with very thin, very silky kind of coat. It was not really a chador, but a coat, with a kind of corset outside the coat, tied up with colored strings, you know, and then a very colored hijab. And it looked really, really nice. And that was just a way of protesting. Any of these girls and any of these young women that I met, and sometimes were invited home because they were politically active one way or the other, and they had groups meeting in their houses. So as soon as you came into the houses, they would all take off this Islamic dress and wear normal Western clothes. And also in the street, you would sometimes see them opening the jacket a little bit so you could see that they were wearing jeans and sneakers. And actually also now some of these coats are only going to above the knee. They're not even going down to the ground. So there were many, many variations. So it appeared this time to be a much, much more open and liberal time leading up to the elections here. So we were filming around in Tehran without a minder and relatively free, I must say. I was surprised to the extent that people actually answered questions relatively freely, and the criticism were forthcoming, though not everybody would say stuff on camera. We were standing in the bazaar area, which is traditionally one of the more conservative areas, but at this election, by and large, seemed to support Mir Hussein Mousawi, who is considered one of the opposition candidates. You can say the two opposition candidates, Karoubi, the mullah, and then Mir Hussein Mousawi. They are both part of the system, otherwise they would never ever have come to the point of being accepted as running as candidates. But still they were considered some kind of reformist candidates. And the bazaar area was totally in the hands, it seemed, of Mir Hussein Mousawi. There were this green color all over, that was his color at the opening of the election campaign. Later, Karoubi's color was yellow, but yet later on, after the elections and after the demonstrations started, then green became the color of the entire opposition, also of Karoubi. And we saw young girls distributing, though in very traditional chadors, but with green bands, they were distributing leaflets for Mousawi. So we filmed down there. And what happened was a woman passed us, and while she passed us, she turned around and she said to us, this you can see now, but in 3 months' time, she says, then it will be like this. And then she sort of strangled herself. And I said, come back, say this on camera, please. And she said, no, and she walked away. So there was this, and we heard that in many variations over the time. I think also in the item I will show you in a little while, there will be a guy saying something like this: in 3 months' time, we will be back to square one, or we will even be further back than we are now. Because many people had the feeling that the appearance of more liberal winds that were blowing in that time leading up to the elections basically was a kind of election ploy by the government trying to get more votes. I had expected when I came to Tehran to see a country in more economic turmoil than I actually saw, because when I saw the numbers when I did my research before getting there, we were talking about a country there that was in deep economic trouble. As I read before I came, its national budget was made based on a oil price of $90 per barrel, and at the time it was down to $50 to $60 per barrel. So therefore, they were facing a huge deficit. I was told later on that by some Western diplomats in Tehran that was not true, the numbers we had abroad, that actually it was balancing around $60 or $65 per barrel, so they were not so bad off as we thought. But still, there is an astronomical and growing unemployment. You have inflation in Iran of about 30%. Some people even say it's higher than 30%. In a country that is like the fourth largest exporter of oil, you have rationing of gasoline. They don't have enough refinery capacity themselves, so they have to import gasoline for cars, which means that there are long lines in front of the gas stations, which of course enrages a lot of Iranians, saying that we are sitting on top of the world, some of the world's largest oil reserves, and we have to stand in line to get gasoline for our cars. So there was a lot of anger, but there was not the economic turmoil and devastation that I'd expected to see from the outside, which just shows that when I'm outside and have to rely on the media to do my research, I'm just as bad off as everybody else, because when I then come, I see it's not exactly what I did expect. So that's a sad story. But anyway, what was unique this time, I think, was, first of all, when I came, one of my research before I came was we had the Danish Foreign Policy Society, as it's called, which is like all kinds of people who are interested in foreign policy, politicians, journalists, academics, had been on a study tour, 2-week study tour to Iran a little while before I went. So I, of course, interviewed many of them before I left, just to hear what was different. And one of the things they said to me was that in their 2 weeks of being in Iran, they had not succeeded in meeting one single person who said that they would vote at the elections, which I thought, of course, was interesting, because what we usually would have said up until that time was that a low voter turnout would be an advantage for Ahmadinejad, while a high voter turnout would be an advantage for the opposition. So therefore, the participation in the vote would be very crucial. I must say, though, that when I came, that seemed to have changed a little bit, because I found more people that wanted to vote than not wanting to vote. And also, I was actually somewhat surprised about the fervor and the energy and the passion with which the young generation had thrown themselves into this election campaign. There were like daily demonstrations in the streets in favor of the opposition. There was hardly any demonstrations in the beginning in favor of Ahmadinejad. Later on, demonstrations were organized for Ahmadinejad, but they were very clearly organized by the government. It was there was whole factories that were shut down, and buses shipped the people into the capital for making demonstrations. The last of the 4 candidates, Rezai, who, as you might know, there is an international arrest warrant out because he's one of the responsible people behind the bombing of the Jewish community center in Argentina. So he was one of the candidates as well. But I never ever succeeded in seeing a rally or anything in favor of Rezai. There were many people, and that's interesting, there were many people that speculated that we knew that the former president, Rafsanjani, was behind the candidacy of Moussaoui. And we also knew that the entire family, and Rafsanjani is an enormously powerful person, although he doesn't sit with the power in his hand. He's enormously powerful, and he's incredibly rich. He's involved in so many business ventures. And his entire family is active on the side of Moussaoui. We also know, I don't know if you saw it, but at a certain point, Rafsanjani's daughter was arrested, Fasse, was arrested for being too actively involved in the Moussaoui campaign. But she was released again. It was a way that the authorities showed that nobody is safe. Even the highest placed people with the best of protexia are not safe. We can pick them out if we want to. So that was a signal to some of these people. Anyway, the rumor was, and I think it might be credible, that Rafsanjani was not only behind the Moussaoui campaign, he was also behind convincing Rezai to run, even though he's like the total opposite. But the raison d'etre behind it was that he should take votes away from Ahmadinejad, because he was basically appealing to the same type of voters. So if this is true, and I heard it from many people, also Western diplomats, then it also shows Rafsanjani, who is actually sitting behind the scenes and pulling many strings, and seemingly much more powerful than we may think. But he's also a shrewd politician, and he knows these very tricky waters that he has to swim in Iran. So we now see him maybe turn around a little bit and maybe pursuing, at least publicly, a little bit more cautious course than he had done previously, because it seems to be that the opposition campaign will take a different turn. But this we can talk about later on. I should maybe show this story, because since I now brought a story and stuff, this story, I have 2 stories, but I'll only show you one. It's about some of these youngsters. It's actually before the election day itself. And I'll have to, unfortunately, translate it simultaneously because the narration is, of course, in Danish. So, but you cannot turn down the sound totally because I need to listen to the sound myself to remember what I said. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. Unfortunately, you don't see them here. I think also, can we stretch the pictures? It's a little squeezed, yeah? But, you know, 16 by 9, but I mean, I'm not in a desperate need of the video, so if you can live without it, it's okay with me. Det vil være synd at sige, at Iran har noget, der bare minder om frihed og demokrati i vores vestlige forstand. Alligevel har mange unge iranere kastet sig ud i denne præsidentvalgkamp med en utrolig begejstring. De unge her støtter reformkandidaten Mir Hossein Mousavi, som bakkes op af den tidligere moderate præsident Mohammed Khatami. Iran har en meget ung befolkning, 70%. Unge, som for eksempel de studerende her på Teherans Universitet, som er Irans fremtid. Og de ønsker klart nok reformer.
اینکه بتونه به یه افق دموکراتیک‌تر، به یه جامعه برابرتر، به یک جامعه‌ای با تضادها و چی بگن تناقضات کمتر بین مردم منجر بشه.
نسل من نسلیه که گذشته رو درک میکنه و با تمام وجودش به در واقع آرمان‌های نسل گذشته پایبنده. منتها فرقی که هست در راهبردهاست و خیلی جاها هستش که در واقع تو روش‌ها نسل من با نسل گذشته فرق داره.
Men der er også studerende, der husker, at selv en reformvenlig præsident som Mohammed Khatami var ude af stand til at presse noget som helst igennem, som ikke behagede det ultrakonservative præsteskab.
من فکر می‌کنم تغییر چندانی در وهله اول انجام نشه. ما دیدیم که آقای خاتمی 20 میلیون رأی داشت ولی عملاً کابینه‌اش کابینه حامل تغییر نبود.
Det får de begejstrede unge inde i byen også at vide af en ældre mand, der synes, at han har set det hele før. Irans unge, de ønsker mere frihed og mere demokrati. Mange vi har talt med vil ikke stemme, men det vil dem her bagved være. De vil stemme på Mir Hossein Mousavi, som de ser som den bedste kandidat. De ved godt, at han ikke kan vende fuldstændig rundt på systemet, men han kan i hvert fald rykke Iran en lille smule i den rigtige retning. Og som så ofte i disse dage, bliver de unges begejstring for reformkandidaterne konfronteret med den siddende præsident Mahmoud Ahmadinejads bøller, som systematisk forsøger at sabotere alt og alle, der truer systemet. Okay. Sorry. Just very short. We saw these youngsters scream, Mousavi and Khatami, we are with you, we support you. That was the first you saw. And then I'm saying that here in Iran, you do not have anything that looks like freedom and democracy sort of in the Western style, even in spite of that, we see that the youngsters are throwing themselves into this election campaign with a fervor and a passion. Those here, they support Mousavi, Mir Hossein Mousavi, who's backed by Khatami. And then I say 70% of the population is under 30, so it's a very young population. As here and they are the future of Tehran, Iran. Like here on Tehran University, that was the next two interviews were students from Tehran University. The first one said that we want more democracy, we want more equality in society, and we want less inequality between the sections of the population. The girls said that although we understand our parents' generation and we respect them, what we do is actually a continuation of their struggle. The difference is just the way we struggle to get to our aim, the goal. Then I say that it's not all the students that are so optimistic, and some of them are old enough to remember the more reform-minded president of Khatami, who, even though he was reform-minded, did not succeed in squeezing out any concessions from the ultra-conservative mullahs. And then we hear this guy who says, there will probably not be the big changes in this time around, because we all remember how Khatami, who were elected by 20 million votes, his government didn't make a lot of changes. And then you see an old man who comes to the demonstrators and who says to them, all what you are hoping for is one big lie. In 3 months, you will still be here and nothing will have changed. Then you see my stand-up walking with them, where I say that these youngsters, they want more freedom and more democracy, and it's very interesting to see how this part of the population will vote for this election, because they have never voted before. And in the end, you see, and then I say, like as often before when we see these reformist rallies, we see Ahmadinejad bullies come in and try to disturb them, and you saw this big guy coming in the end and try to stop, and they try to provoke fights. Let me just end this by saying that what was different for me this time over and above what I've already said was that these youngsters, they were pretty much what would you say in English, unfazed, unscathed. They were not afraid of the authorities. They, very often when I made interviews, they said things to me that I said to myself, that cannot be. For example, on Tehran University. Tehran University was one of the most free places to work at all that I have ever experienced, actually in many places in the Middle East. As soon as we got the permission from the Ministry of Ershad, as it's called now, this Islamic guidance, to get in and film on the university, as soon as we were through the gates of the university, we were given a guy from the university to help us, but he was not really trying to stop us. He was actually opening up everything. Whatever we wanted, we went to. We went to a class in political science and heard their discussions there. We went to their not the restaurant, their cantina, where they ate their lunch, and then we interviewed, and we could interview whoever we wanted, and they could say whatever they wanted. And it was amazing what some of them said. Sometimes I said to them, are you sure you want this out? You know, because I was worried that what would happen to them. And there were no problems at all. So I was amazed about the fearlessness and also the passion with which these youngsters were fighting. Let me give you just another little, because some of these experiences, some of these things maybe are telling more than so many other things. Let me tell you another story about, if you go up outside of the northern part of Iran, you go uphill and then you come up in the mountains, and many go up there in the summer because it's much more cold. You have snow on the top of the mountains. There is a valley, there's a river that goes down through the streets of Tehran, sort of on the side, between the roads and the sidewalks, there's like water running. Therefore, you also have many big trees in Tehran. But you go up into the valley where this water comes from, you have this very, very deep, twisted valley up into the mountains that's full of cafes and small places where you can sit and eat at night. They're famous for their chicken liver stuff, for example. And up there, and this is up in the northern Tehran, that's the rich area. Southern Tehran is the poor area. So you go up there, that's the rich kids that are up in the mountains. And you saw there girls and boys, youngsters, sitting out in the middle of the night, holding hands, which is like totally haram. I mean, this is absolutely forbidden. And there are girls smoking on a shisha, on a water pipe, and also totally unheard of. There was like a totally different life up there in the mountains, even in spite of the authorities. So I saw there some changes that, of course, now we are maybe some step backwards. But let me tell you, for example, I just talked to the Danish ambassador. We have a new Danish ambassador in Tehran that I just spoke to a couple of days ago. And he told me that right now, football matches, and the Iranians are crazy about football. Football matches that are transmitted in the Iranian television is transmitted in black and white. Why? Because they don't want to show that people in the audience have green ribbons around themselves, or green hats, or anything green, because that is the opposition color. So it's in black and white, and there's no sound, because they also don't want to have any slogans being shouted. So every football match in Iranian television is in black and white and without sound, which is absurd, because of course people know why is it black and white and without sound. Everybody knows why. So it shows this authority, on the one hand, doesn't dare to do this. On the other hand, they also do not dare to do that. And they're trying also. So they don't feel very, very sure of themselves. I will promise I will finish now, so we can do. But let me just tell you a little tiny bit to finish with, because I was kicked out, of course, or rather I didn't get my visa extended. So I had to continue covering this situation, and what could I do? I did like most other reporters in television did. I started covering it from all these small bits and pieces of video that came out from these youngsters filming with their mobile phones, some of them even with the real small video cameras, and sending it out on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. I did not know there was anything called Twitter until this, until this green revolution in Tehran, but I found out there was something called Twitter. What we did in my TV station was that, as I told you, I had this Iranian-born cameraman with me, and he lives in Denmark. So we went back to Denmark. We set up a whole Iran desk in the corner of our foreign news desk. And we have a whole little group of exile Iranians that lives in Denmark that are on our list of translators whenever we need somebody to come and translate video and do subtitling. So we basically had a tree shift of people. So we always would have 2 or 3 Iranian-speaking people or Farsi-speaking people in the editorial staff to view this material. And we, over on our sports department, we have young students that work on the computers to get all the results in the weekends from all the sports matches around. They're very, very smart in their computer skills. So we hired some of them over to us, and they were sitting, browsing around on the internet, finding all this material. And when it went through their first filter, what is interesting, what's not interesting, it went over to our Iranians that were sitting there trying to figure out where is this material from. They looked on street signs or what do you say, signs on shops and stuff, trying to identify, it's from this place and from that place. And then if we could see, it must be this street in Tehran, then we could look if there's a shadow of a light pole, it's going in this direction, so the time must be more or less like this. So we could find several clips from the same place, the same time. So it was like having a several camera production from that place. Then we started calling. I had a whole list of youngsters from the opposition that I had compiled, of telephone numbers I had compiled while I was there. So we started calling around to Tehran, trying to figure out, had anybody been there? Had anybody seen what was going on? What was the purpose? What had happened? And so on, so we could actually find out how genuine was it. It was difficult, but it just shows you a new role of a reporter. Part of the time I was an eyewitness reporter in the old-fashioned style, but part of the time I was a kind of semi-editor, editing somebody else's material. It's very tricky and it's very risky because I cannot exactly evaluate how genuine is all the material. I could not exactly always know if it's fake. So we had a long, I'm not sure if we were always right. I hope we were. But we tried to scrutinize the material. We tried to be very conscientious. I cannot 100% say that we never ever were fooled, but we felt an obligation to try to continue to cover the situation the best we could with the lousy possibilities we had, and that was the way we did it. I can go more into details how we did if this is what have your interest, but I think I already maybe spoke too long. And no, it's okay. But then Q&A, thank you.
Iranians were suddenly so efficient, others thought, heaven forbid, the elections were rigged, but the real reason is that your visa expired one day after.
They had to, yes.
Now we know the real reason.
Yes.
So let me open for Q&A. Yes, please.
Double question, which you haven't touched on, and I know these things from my time in Denmark. Oh, yeah. I know that Denmark was the major exporter for Iran, the importer of feta cheese made of cow rather than of goat.
Yeah.
And at some point, I think the Iranian decided after the publication of Muhammad or whatever to stop it. Now that's the question.
Yeah.
It was a multi-million-dollar business. That's one question. How is this standing? I knew the lady married to, that's the other one, to a Baha'i, a Danish lady married to a Baha'i. And that brings me to the question, the Baha'i in Iran are in a rather bad situation, if you can elaborate on this.
Let me do the last thing first, because I cannot really elaborate on it because I know very little about it. I know that they're persecuted. I know, for example, we have a large group of Iranian Baha'is in Denmark that are refugees, and I know that they're viciously persecuted in Iran, but that's about it. I've never met the Baha'is in Iran, actually, so I cannot help you there. On the feta situation, I can say that the feta cheese export from Denmark stopped long before the Mohammed cartoon crisis, and it stopped because a very smart Danish woman who lives in Tehran, she actually built a dairy factory for the Iranians where they can produce their own feta cheese. And she has a big export of dairy machines from Denmark now to Iran, but she lives in Tehran. Actually, right next to that particular wall painting I told you with the American flag, she lived right next to that. But she's the reason we don't have it. It's not the Mohammed cartoon crisis. But whichever way, it's the Danes themselves that are guilty of not having the export anymore. It's just a Danish woman, not a cartoonist.
Stefan, I'd like to ask you, I listened to the texture of what you were saying. Do you think that the days of this regime are numbered? Is that your sense? Is that what you're transmitting to us?
I'm very worried about going into that kind of predictions because, listen, I'm a reporter. I'm trained in observing and analyzing and reporting what I've seen. I'm not in the weather forecast telling about the weather tomorrow, but I know this is more and more what we do in television. Since we got this possibility of making lives, they never ever ask me anymore about what has happened, what it is I saw today, but I always know what I think about tomorrow. And we are not, I don't know, I really don't know. It all depends, it's also a psychological question in a way. It's for sure the Iranian regime is weakened. It's seriously weakened. And it's a totally different Iran, as you said, it's a totally different Iran we have today than the one we had before the elections, that's for sure. But then the question is, how does a weakened regime like the Iranian react in the situation of being weakened? Will it try to accommodate and try to get the opposition in, or at least rule and divide so some of the opposition comes in and in a more lenient kind of policy, or will they show the hard fist policy? I do not know. What people that I lean on say, and this is not my own observation, but it's those probably that I end up believing because they say more or less what I think. They seem to think that what we are seeing is a seriously, this we knew already before, it's a seriously weakening of the participation of the clergy in the power. It's already one of the reasons that, for example, Moussaoui was so enormously supported by mullahs was that already in the past Ahmadinejad government there were very, very few mullahs, and this time around even fewer. So Ahmadinejad has turned a large part of the clergy against him. Already the clergy before this election were divided between those who thought, like for example Montaseri, who was supposed to be the one taking over after Khomeini, but fell out of favor and had to retire to Qom, where he's now sitting in semi-house arrest. He and a large portion around him, because he's not just an Ayatollah, he's a grand Ayatollah, and he commands a lot of respect. He thinks that it's contaminating for the priests, for the mullahs, to be involved in politics, and he thinks they should sit back and just be a kind of a moral, spiritual guidance. And then you have the others, of course, led by Ali Khamenei, who is actively striving for being more involved. But it seems like even that part of the mullahs now are being squeezed out of power. Some people seem to think, there was this piece of footage, I don't know if you remember it, after the election result was known, then you see the first meeting, I think it is between Ali Khamenei and Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, where there's some kind of awkward situation where Ahmadinejad doesn't kiss him, he kisses his shoulder or halfway down his arm and stuff. And some people interpreted it as if it was Ali Khamenei pushing away Ahmadinejad, sort of saying, I do not want you, and that was seen as a weakening of Ahmadinejad. I think it's entirely opposite. I think the one who come out of this enormously weakened is Ali Khamenei. I think we have to do with a strengthened Ahmadinejad in this internal balance between the supreme leader and the president. I think, though, that the regime that Ahmadinejad represents is seriously weakened. I think also what we see, and this is not my analysis, it's others that I'm leaning on, they call it as a kind of quiet military coup of the Revolutionary Guard. that is basically the Revolutionary Guard who have taken power, them and their Basij militia, these bullies in the streets. So it's a different kind of regime we have now. How do they react to being weakened? That's the big question. I just heard now on the phone that earlier today, Ahmadinejad have come with some more sort of moderate overtures to Europe. So it could, they in Denmark say that some people maybe interpret this as a beginning of the regime warming up to this deal about the nuclear process. I don't know if it's true, but so I mean, it was a lot of words of saying I don't know. Sorry, a word don't know. Yeah.
Stefan, first of all, I want to thank you. It's been fascinating. I don't know if you noticed, but the second half of the title of your talk says prognosis for the future. So perhaps that's one of the reasons.
This you can blame me Hirsch for.
It's Hirsch's. Okay.
This is Hirsch. No, but no, sorry.
That's okay. I'd actually like to. If you mentioned in passing, especially when talking about the video clip where you were at Tehran University, and some of the openness that you perceived from the younger people. I'm very concerned and very interested to know what the person on the street, the student, in terms of prognosis for the future, the kinds of things that, not necessarily where Ahmadinejad and the regime is going, but where let's say the young 20s and the mid-20s, if there's any kind of divergence or direction that you feel from your visits. Any anecdotes, etc.?
Yeah. First of all, it has to be taken with not just one, but a lot of grains of salt, because I have, of course, not met anything that just comes close to any criteria of a representative cross-section of anything. And I think maybe also because of language problems. I mean, I did have an Iranian cameraman, but I also like to sit around and talk to youngsters myself, or people myself. And that, of course, will always be in environments where they speak English, and that already there's a bias. So I cannot say that I have a really genuine picture of it. But since 70% of the Iranians are under 30, so already what the youth are thinking here is very crucial. 60% of the Iranians live in the cities, and we know Ahmadinejad's main support is in the countryside, and then, of course, in the poor neighborhoods of the cities. So I do think still that some of these youngsters that I've spoken to maybe do express some of the, for that matter, not just youngsters, actually also adults. And one thing was, I mean, the criticism of Ahmadinejad before this election was, one, the lousy economy, that he had succeeded in getting Iran out in such a lousy economic state, actually going through 3 years of 3 years. Sorry, my English. 3 years of oil prices of $140, $150 dollars per barrel, and has squandered that fortune away. I mean, in 3 years, Iran earned as much money as they had the previous 10 years, and this was squandered away on taking away subsidies on basic foodstuffs and all kinds of goods for the poor people who are his constituency, of course. But at the end of this high oil price period, Iran was back in the red and are in a terrible economic state. That's one thing that he was criticized for. The other thing he was criticized for was a policy that alienated Iran from the rest of the world, especially from the United States. You would see, even though you always will hear from the leadership this great Satan picture, amongst ordinary Iranians, especially amongst the youngsters, America is enormously popular. Enormously popular. And they just want to be able to open up to America and even go there. And one former American ambassador to Iran once said that, they go out on the Friday prayer on Tehran University and they condemn America, but if I go up on the embassy and I offer them 50 green cards, they would stand in line in front of the embassy to get them, And this is very, very true. And today, even you cannot get people to come to the Friday prayer. The Friday prayer at Tehran University that used to be like, and that still is, like the big thing, transmitted in television every single week. This is where the regime comes with the lecture to the people. There are very few people these days. And for a funny little parenthesis here, you remember one of these Friday prayers, it was Rafsanjani, the former president who's behind the Reform movement, who was going to give the Friday prayer. We were going to cover it live in Denmark, so I was sitting there with my Iranian desk, waiting for it to begin, and it didn't come. We had EBU, the European Broadcast Union, had a direct link out of Tehran with Iranian government television that always broadcast that Friday prayer. It didn't come. And then we called to some of our sources in Iran and said, try to go around on the channels and see if there's anything. It wasn't transmitted anywhere. Then we found somebody who found it on a small local radio station in Tehran. So she put that on her radio and then some mobile phone up to the radio, and then we could hear it on our phone in Denmark, and we started a simultaneous translation of it. Later on, and that was our first broadcast of it. It was through this awkward setup, but we then got the sound out of parts of the Friday prayer. And then later on, we got pictures, because eventually the Iranian regime, after having seen that nothing was so harmful in the Friday prayer that they couldn't send it out, then they eventually sent it out, some bits and pieces of it, so we could have it. But again there, it's not even enough to have Iranians translating what is said, because in Iran you don't say anything straight like this. It all comes around like that, and you have to figure out what the hell it is that they mean. For example, Rafsanjani says something to, it's a quote from memory, but he says something to the effect that Prophet Muhammad, he was caring for the people, and he cared for his supporters, and he protected them. Imam Khomeini, he cared for his people and he protected them and he loved the Iranians. And then he went on to something else. He didn't mention Ali Khamenei. And for me, I would just have heard what he said. But the Iranians that were sitting translating for me simultaneously in Denmark, all of them looked at each other and said, "Did you hear?" And I said, "What did I hear?" It was not what I heard, it was what I didn't hear. That he didn't say Ali Khamenei. And everyone said, all of them immediately understood what had been said or what had not been said. And you have to actually have an Iranian to explain you sometimes the underlying things there. Was that an answer to what you actually asked? I'm not sorry. Yeah. Oh, you speak Scandinavian.
Tack, Stefan, for your presentation. My question is both to you and Emily. I know that you never can compare any country with others and get a fruitful result, but still I would like you to do that, and I would like to ask you, which other Arab country do you think that Iran resembles the most for us to try to understand? Because people usually think that all these countries are alike and that Iran is Saudi Arabia, which it isn't, but it's not the West either. So in what category would you put Iran in?
You could be punished for comparing Iran to an Arab state, but maybe, Emily, maybe you? No. Now, one of the first things that you are told when you come to Iran, from every Farsi, not every Persian is, we are not Arabs. We are not Arabs. They are so... It's so important for them to tell you. There is an Arab minority in Iran, but it's so crucial for them to tell, and they're they're semi-racist when it comes to... The problem is that the name Iran derives from Aryan. They are Aryans, they say themselves. And that's, of course, long before Nazism, but I was told by one of my friends on one of the Western embassies in Tehran told me that once when the German foreign minister was in Iran, then his Iranian counterpart was standing next to him, and he said something to the effect, "It is so nice that we two Aryans are standing here next to each other." And the German foreign minister said, "We don't say this anymore, this is not what..." But the Iranians consider themselves Aryans, and they're very proud. Then comes a problem, of course. Then comes a problem because you see that they go with different colored turbans, the mullahs, the ayatollahs, yeah? The white turban and the black turban. And I want to ask them, what is the difference? And then I'm told that the guy with the black turban, he's a Sayyid. He's a direct descendant of Prophet Muhammad, and therefore the class of his own. But then I ask, how can he be a direct descendant from Muhammad if you're not Arabs, Because Muhammad was an Arab, And it doesn't make sense, but I do not recall the answer, but I'm sure it didn't make any sense anyhow. But it's just that they're not Arabs. Sorry.
that in the past, before the revolution, actually the relations between Israel and Iran were not bad. I mean, they weren't totally, obviously, out in the open, but there were those relations. And very often, you know, I'm not an expert on Iran per se, I'm an expert on the nuclear issue, but there's a sense very often that perhaps the Iranian people and the Israeli people will be the ones that will understand each other the best. We'll have one more question.
May I just add, before that question, just a tiny little bit, which is that I mean, there's also a whole different approach to everything in Iran than there is in the Arab world, and not only because they're Shias and most of the Arabs are Sunnis, but also, for example, you have a population explosion in Iran like you have in Egypt. It's higher in Egypt than it is in Iran, but still it's a problem. Now, the Mubarak has in Egypt tried to get the Grand Sheikh of Al-Azhar, which is like what we could maybe say the closest to the Vatican within Sunni Islam. It's not, but he's the highest ranking, and whatever he can come out with of a fatwa does carry some weight. Now, Mubarak has asked the Grand Sheikh of Al-Azhar to find some kind of justification in the Sharia or in the sources to justify use of contraception. He has not succeeded. He cannot find anything, and the population keeps growing 1 million every 8 months in Egypt. In Iran, they have no such problem. They publicly, from the government, they promote the use of contraception. They have no problems like this. In terms of, sometimes we think that they are very, very fundamentalist and reactionary and militant in every aspect of religion in Iran. They actually are not. In certain ways, they are enormously progressive in their interpretation of Islam and much less rigid. And I totally agree with you about that if it wasn't because of some historical events in the meantime, there is much parallel things between Iran and Israel, which is much to the dismay of the Arabs, you know, because the two mightiest military powers in the Middle East are both of them non-Arab.
Yeah, we're going to have one more question, and then we're going to close
I
this
apologize for my long
This will
answers.
be-
You said that you covered Turkey, and you're talking about Iran. Perhaps a few comments about this new love affair between Turkey and Iran. Where's it going? What's likely to lead to? How is it perceived by the Iranians? How perhaps is it perceived by the Turks? Thank you.
Yeah. It's a little bit out of my league. I'm not. First of all, it didn't happen while I was in Iran, but I do think when I'm in Turkey, but I'm not an expert in Turkey either. But I do sense that the Turks actually see themselves in a whole new situation, and they have a much more activist foreign policy. I wouldn't say that they have grand dreams of another Ottoman Empire, but they do see themselves in a very unique position, and I think it also plays into their wish, them wanting to be closer to Europe, but they can also they can use this getting closer to Syria and Iran and to Armenia now, and as both as a threat to Europe. If we do not get into Europe, then we might go to the Middle East. But it can also be an offer to Europe that we can be the bridge between you and them because we understand and we can play a moderating role. There is right now a cooling down of relations to Israel, that is for sure. But I do not think necessarily that it will collapse. On the contrary, I think both sides. This is a very pragmatic, strategic cooperation there is between Turkey and Israel, and Turkey themselves gets a lot out of it. And it's interesting also, it must be interesting also for Israel if they can still have a strategic relationship with Turkey, whilst Turkey in the same time gets closer to both Iran and Syria, because Turks would like to see themselves as the ones that can mediate and broker some deals, which could not be in any, it should be in everybody's interest. But I'm not an expert in these issues.
Thank you very much, Stefan. Wait just 1 minute. We're breaking now for coffee, and please be back here in 4:15, not 4:30, 4:15.
We are now coming to the closing, and in my view, probably one of the most important issues for the next couple of years in the Middle East, and that is Iraq. I'm not so sure that even in Israel we pay the adequate attention to this issue, and that is the withdrawal, the planned or intended withdrawal of U.S. troops from Iraq. And in my humble view, this is going to be a process that will have a serious impact on political developments and political stability in the region. And as I said, I'm not so sure that we in Israel pay the sufficient or adequate attention to this. Just look at what can happen in Jordan if the withdrawal is not perceived as successful by the Iraqis themselves, and then they repeat the wave of emigration, and once again, Amman will be, quote, attacked, unquote, by another wave of immigrants, Iraqi immigrants. What it does to the relationship between Iran and its neighbors, etc., etc., Turkey as well. And so I think that we are concluding with a very important topic, and to tell us about this and other relevant aspects are two people who spent in the past and in the present a long time in Iraq. The first one to go will be Lourdes Garcia Navarro, currently from the National Public Radio. I'm sure that all of you know this all-American station. Very important, very serious reporting. Previously with AP, I think you spent 5 years altogether in it. And the second speaker will be Charles Levinson, currently with the Wall Street Journal in Israel, but going back and forth into Iraq. Also, I think you netted something like, told me, a year and a half in Iraq. So obviously two speakers with a lot of knowledge, first-hand experience in Iraq. So Lourdes, why don't you go ahead?
Let me preface it.
Am I sitting on the
No, it's a radio piece.
Okay.
National Public Radio. Okay. Can I just press it here when I'm ready? Yeah. I think I set it up. But yeah, I just press play. I'm used to the website.
There were two before.
Yeah, I know, but this is the one I'm going to play.
Oh,
So I
right,
think
okay,
I've got it, as long as it's all, okay. I think we're good. Yeah, nope, we're good. Okay. If we have a problem, I'll let you know. I came to Iraq in 2002 when Saddam Hussein was in power. There were rumblings about an invasion then, but we weren't really sure it was going to happen. I stayed there through the weapons inspectors when the invasion finally happened. Afterwards, the occupation, the civil war. I left for a while and then came back in 2008 for about a year and a half, where I was the Baghdad bureau chief for NPR. And I left Baghdad and came here. And I'd like to play you a piece that I did shortly before leaving. The subject of this discussion is, where is Iraq going to? I did this interview with an Iraqi insurgent who is still active but diminished. And I'm going to play it to you, then I'm going to talk a little bit about what I think what he has to say means. And his voice is disguised, so he sounds like Darth Vader. Don't let it throw you off.
Look, the insurgency in Iraq, part of our series on the continuing challenges in that country. Attacks are dramatically down, but there is still violence in Iraq. Al-Qaeda is still a threat. And there are also insurgent groups with different aims that remain active as well. NPR's Lourdes Garcia Navarro today introduces us to an insurgent who says he belongs to what he calls the honorable resistance. His voice has been disguised at his request.
I've killed many Americans, not just one or two. When I kill them, I feel happy, like victory is coming.
Abu Abdulaziz says this matter-of-factly. He looks unremarkable. His eyes are dark brown, his clothing neat and ordinary. He wears a red and white checkered headdress and a long tan dishdasha.
If you look into my heart, you won't find any sympathy for the Americans at all. That's not because I have no human feelings, but because I feel that they are here to harm us, to steal from us, to kill our women and our children.
He says his last operation against American troops was last week, a Katyusha rocket attack against an American forward operating base in Anbar province, west of Baghdad.
We've done many operations, mortar attacks, roadside bombings, sniper fire. We've also fought them in street battles, face to face with rocket-propelled grenades and machine guns. There's a saying here, what is taken by force can only be restored by force. We know the Americans won't really leave unless we use force.
Abu Abdulaziz sees himself as an Iraqi nationalist, and he insists his group does not target Iraqi civilians.
The honorable resistance does not do suicide bombings. That's Al-Qaeda. We do not harm innocent people, Muslims or non-Muslims. Our only target is the Americans.
Originally from Anbar province, where he owned a small restaurant, Abu Abdulaziz says he took up arms in 2004 after the leader of his mosque asked all the men to fight the Americans. At the beginning, he says, his cell had 75 members. By 2005, there were 750. He says they were treated like heroes.
We weren't being funded by anyone from abroad. We were supported by the poor, by regular people. Women would even sell their gold to give us money to help fight the invader.
Abu Abdulaziz says at the time they felt they were winning, carrying out several attacks each day in Anbar and beyond. Then in 2005, he was captured by the Americans. Just before he was released 2 years later, he says he received word that his sister and 11 members of her family had been killed in an American airstrike.
Then I had two motivations to continue with the resistance. First was for my religion. The second was for revenge.
He has continued to fight, but he acknowledges these days things are more difficult. His group, called the Front of Jihad and Change, now numbers only 35 people, among them 6 women. They're all from different insurgent organizations that have splintered. They rarely operate in Anbar province.
I wish the days of 2005 would come back again. That was such a good time for the resistance. Our situation now is not good, actually. We're weak. We're being watched. I was probably watched coming here today.
He says Al-Qaeda and its brutal tactics damaged the reputation of the real Iraqi resistance, as he terms himself. Abu Abdulaziz says the insurgency no longer has the support of the population. And there are simply fewer fighters these days. They've been captured or killed. Many grew tired of fighting and retired. And some, like the tribal members of the so-called Awakening movement, began to work with the Americans. He says those former insurgents sold out for money. He says he and others like him will never be co-opted.
We will keep fighting until the last American has left. Only then will we drop our weapons.
There would have been no Al-Qaeda here without the American invasion, he says. There would have been no insurgency if the Americans had not come, he adds, and killed so many. Though weakened, the insurgency, he says, still has a vast network throughout the country.
We have weapon stores everywhere, and we have funding. There's no lack of either.
He says members of the Iraqi police force work with the insurgents. They allow us to ride in their cars, he says, and they help transport weapons through checkpoints. Abu Abdulaziz says he hopes President Obama will withdraw all U.S. forces from Iraq, but he doesn't believe it will happen.
We Muslims have a different way of seeing things than you do in the West. In Palestine, there's been 60 years of resistance from one generation to another. If the Americans stay here, we'll also keep resisting. from my generation to the next.
He says he's preparing his 3 young sons to continue the fight. He says, I tell them, see this American soldier? He invaded you. I tell them, these people are your enemy. Lourdes Garcia Navarro, NPR News.
I think the reason that talking to Abu Abdulaziz is important, although I got a lot of criticism for putting this on our air, because it tells the story in a lot of ways of Iraq. It tells the story of people who became fighters and people who lost a great deal. And one of the things that I've always concentrated on in my coverage of Iraq is trying to talk to people. You get a lot of... Charlie's going to speak about the military and how that impacts you. But in your coverage, speaking to everyday Iraqis, I find the most important source of information, and Iraqis like him who were involved for so many years in the fighting. You look at Iraq today, and what he has to say, I think, is very important. This weekend was the largest bombing that happened in Baghdad for the past 2 years. 155 people were killed, 500 people were injured. The war in Iraq is not over by any stretch of the imagination. And I think all the focus is now turned to Afghanistan. They used to call Afghanistan the forgotten war. I think Iraq will become the forgotten war soon enough. There's 120,000 U.S. soldiers still there, but they will be leaving very, very soon. So where does that leave the Iraqis? Where is Iraq going? Will it be a model of prosperity, which the Americans hoped it would be, an ally to democratic regimes across the region and across the world, or will it turn to something else? I think the answer is we don't know, which is not, of course, a surprising answer, but it's an important one. Just to show you a measure of how confusing it can be in Iraq sometimes, the Interior Minister gave an interview recently where he was accused of corruption in his ministry. The Ministry of Interior employs about 1 in 4 Iraqis. In some way, they are employed in the police or in some sort of security services, so he has a great deal of power, and there's a great deal of corruption in Iraq. And when this was put in front of him, he said, well, but we're not running death squads out of here anymore, and that surely is a good thing. So if that's the measure of success in Iraq, you have to question the entire enterprise. So I think right now there are many, many divisions. I think there are many situations that are going to be very, very difficult looking ahead. I think the Kurd-Arab situation in the north is a tinderbox. And I think it's very unsettled. And as we see the Americans drawing down, which they have to do because they signed an agreement with the Iraqis, the fear is, of course, that these tensions that were ignited and have still, I believe, yet are still dormant possibly, but are still there, may come back, I think, to haunt America and perhaps the region. And but Charlie has a completely different view, so I'll let him talk about that.
Sorry, you don't have another thing?
A radio piece? I don't. I mean, I do, but I mean,
okay, that's
you
it.
know, that was it. I'm not going to bore you with my
בור us. קובי, אפשר להוריד את המסך הזה, בבקשה?
I put this down.
No, I don't know, man. This is... Sorry. What? Beam me up, Scotty.
I don't just force it.
I don't think we are.
I'm going to wait, I guess, a little bit, well, to take a bit of liberty with my subject matter. It's not quite, where's Iraq now? And I'm going to wade into slightly more delicate waters, I suppose, by bringing in Israel into it also. I'm going to talk about comparing my experience as a journalist dealing with the American military and dealing with the IDF and sort of how they're different. And just a real brief background on myself. I spent since 2005, I've basically been yo-yoing back and forth between Iraq and Israel. I spent 2008 in Iraq, came here basically with the start of the Gaza war, and it was a jarring shift, especially that one. And just in terms of dealing with, just looking at the way the IDF managed the conflict and managed the media, it was a huge difference. The basic thrust of what I'm going to talk about is basically going to say that, a couple caveats, it's going to basically, it's going to say that I think the Americans are more sophisticated and more effective, the military, in terms of dealing with the media than the IDF is. And just a couple caveats, I'm talking mostly about the post-Petraeus U.S. military. So it's the military in a certain, in a certain time frame, under certain command, under certain leadership. Some of the points apply more broadly to the military. I think some are unique to that period. And if it sounds overly praiseworthy, if it sounds like I'm overly praising the U.S. military, it's for the sake of this talk. Certainly, I think, as Lulu and any of my colleagues can say, we could have a whole conference devoted to horror stories of dealing with the U.S. military as well. It's not that, there's a lot more nuance than may come across at times in this talk. And then just the reasoning, it may seem like sort of a narrow subject matter looking at just how these two militaries deal with the media. To me, I think it's important because I think it's sort of a telling window into a much broader issue, and that's sort of these two militaries' approach to counterinsurgency in general, and to the conflict they're waging. The realization of whether or not, the realization of this as a political conflict versus a purely kinetic or military conflict. And I think your approach to the media is very telling in terms of how you see the conflict, more broadly speaking. Sort of the stereotype traditionally the stereotype has always been that the U.S. military and others has gone to the IDF and gone to Israel for lessons on battling terror, protecting airports, what have you. Certainly in the past couple of years, that's really changed, especially within the U.S. military's counterinsurgency community. The leading counterinsurgents, or sort of the leading thinkers within the U.S. military on counterinsurgency, have increasingly started looking to Israel and to the IDF as case studies of how not to wage a counterinsurgency. The most prominent example of that is Captain Daniel Helmer, who wrote a very widely distributed, widely read paper within the American counterinsurgency military community called The Flip Side of the Coin, Israel's Lebanese Incursions Between 82 and 2000, in which he basically concluded that, the IDF didn't approach its conflict and didn't appreciate the political component of its conflicts, and it was extremely influential. There's another very bright, up-and-coming sort of military thinker in the U.S. military establishment. He's now out, but he blogs at Abu Mukawa. His name's Andrew Exum, and he also is sort of focusing his research and studies on drawing lessons from the Israeli experience and what not to do. And so that's sort of but I'm going to say focus on the media side of things and not get in too much into military tactics and things like that. I think it's a perfect time for this topic because of it's Juniper Cobra week. So for the first time, we've had a chance to see these two militaries operating side by side. In the public affairs peoples from both militaries are right here on the ground. We've been dealing with them together. They've seen each other. So there's been a few sort of telling anecdotes, I think, about that's come out of this week. We were at a briefing. The first briefing they did for Juniper Cobra. After the briefing, we went up to the U.S. public affairs officer, and I wanted to talk to the U.S. brigade commander that was here on the ground. And he's like, "Okay, hold on one sec." I left. 10 minutes later, a call came in. Hour-long phone briefing with the brigade commander, dealing with the IDF. I think it's to put in a request like that. It would often take a couple weeks if you get what you want, and it's a crap shot. The odds are often stacked against you actually even getting what you requested, and then it takes a couple weeks well after the story is timed. This came through in 15 minutes, and even the IDF spokespeople that were there were like, "Wow, that's different." It comes down to talking to the U.S. PAOs and the PAO being public affairs officer and the IDF spokespeople, and I have a lot of respect for the IDF spokespeople, and I think they would agree with a lot of what I'm saying. This has come from talking to them as much as my own observations. The U.S. public affairs officers in the U.S. military are highly decentralized, which is something that the IDF spokespeople don't have, and it's sort of ironic because historically, again, the IDF has sort of been known. If you look at 67 and 73 and these wars, they're always really praised for sort of the decentralization, the flexibility that field ground commanders had to sort of interpret commander intent. That doesn't exist in the spokesperson's office. And this was an example of it. For me if I had requested to the IDF PAO on site a briefing with the brigade commander, it would have taken a week for him to get the necessary permissions, go up the chain. this guy could have, make it happen like that. U.S. public affairs officers, they go on camera whenever they want. They can speak on the record whenever they want. They don't need permissions. They're encouraged to. And not just the public affairs people, soldiers. From private up to general, U.S. soldiers have standing permission in Iraq to speak on the record if they want to. They're told to speak within their lane and not to, a private can't talk about regional strategy, or isn't supposed to. But they have they're encouraged and have these standing permissions to talk on the record. And it has really allowed us in Iraq, it's allowed us to get to know the U.S. Army a lot better than I know the IDF. It's the only organization that I can think of, company or military, that sort of has this, everybody can talk whenever they want. We were at another anecdote related to that, at the Patriot missile battery on, they invited a bunch of journalists to a Patriot missile battery on Thursday. And it was the U.S. soldiers were there, and some of the IDF also. And in the middle of the briefing, I sort of wandered off away from the pack to talk to a group of U.S. soldiers there, and was sort of nervously followed by a soldier from the IDF spokesman's unit. And so was chatting, so I had a perfectly innocuous chat with the soldiers about sort of how a missile battery works and this and that. And after I was talking to the U.S. PAO, the major, the U.S. PAO responsible, and the IDF spokespeople had come up to him and be like, "What the hell? Your journalists your soldiers are talking to the journalists." He goes, "Yeah, and so, what's the problem?" And they go, "Aren't you afraid they're going to say something bad?" He's like, "Yeah, they sometimes they do say something bad, but if we want them to believe the good things, when we have something good to say, we have to let them see the bad as well." And I think that's sort of an important and sophisticated, more sophisticated approach to sort of managing the message, or not managing the message for that matter. The U.S. in the counterinsurgency field manual that the U.S. military operated on in Iraq, basically had six points for their battle plan. It included things like combat, governance, economic development, etc. But number one was information. And you see sort of, again, after this Juniper Cobra presser, the way these public affairs officers approach their job is literally like a platoon leader, the same sort of seriousness a platoon leader would approach a patrol. After this press conference and this presser on Juniper Cobra, the U.S. public affairs guy pulled me and another journalist aside with his counterparts in the IDF, and it was time for an after-action review, and they sat us down and they said, "What do you think of the chair position? What did you think of this?" It was just sort of this huge after-action report, and we were sort of laughing and we thought it was a little silly, but it was telling to see sort of just sort of the seriousness with which these guys approach that task. Another point, I was asking my colleagues about. I asked Lulu, and I don't know who else is here from the Foreign Press Corps, but who knows from the Foreign Press Corps, who knows the senior IDF spokesperson? Nobody knows this guy in the Foreign Press Corps. He's the Brigadier General, Abi Benayahu. We don't even know he exists. I didn't know he existed until a week ago, and I was talking to some Israeli journalists for this talk. We get a major or a captain to deal with, which is fine. Nothing against them; they're great. But the difference of dealing with a one-star general versus having a major or captain, who you're dealing with, who's talking to you, who's authorized to talk, who can set things up for you, that sort of influence. It's a huge difference. A captain or major is going to have much less clout than a one-star general, and he just doesn't deal with it. And sort of the sort of the counter to that, the people will say that, well, he deals with the Israeli press, and that this is really the priority, and it's not the international press. I think that is. The IDF seems to see sort of the public information campaign, at least with the international press, is not its job. It's the foreign ministry's job to talk about. It's Mark's job to talk about. It's in this sort of conflict, it just seems like a self-defeating strategy. Especially even just speaking tactically for the military. What's one of the main combat limiters? The main factors that limits the IDF's ability to operate. It's international pressure. It's international reaction. So if they're mismanaging the international press, and as a result, there's a greater international outcry, then the IDF's freedom to operate is restricted. So it has direct military tactical consequences. And for the IDF not to engage more, take it more seriously and engage more robustly, is just tactically speaking a mistake. You look at the number. A U.S. combat brigade, a U.S. maneuver brigade, will have 4, which is about 2,000 to 3,000 people, let's say, soldiers, will have 4 PAOs tasked to it. I couldn't get the exact number for the IDF, but it's hugely lower. I mean, you tell them, I told, when the IDF spokespeople found this out, is jaws to the floor, jaws dropping. I mean, it's a huge difference. And then the final sort of really important point just to touch on, I think, is, I've covered the IDF. I covered the IDF in 06 when, Gilad Shalit was kidnapped. You had the incursions into Gaza. I was in southern Lebanon during the war in Lebanon. Covered the Gaza war in January. I've never dealt with the IDF not on the receiving end of the fire. I've never been with the IDF. I've never been on the giving end of the fire, and that has an impact on a journalist. It's going to color things. And I mean, I don't know the IDF. The only times I've dealt with an IDF, had a chance to have any sort of candid conversation or any sort of extended contact with the IDF was when I was accidentally detained by the IDF in southern Lebanon on the first day of the ceasefire. I spent 2 hours with the platoon, totally accidentally by fluke, and actually had a chance to, have a sort of, somewhat casual, relaxed conversation with these soldiers in the field. And other than that, it's nothing. I mean, we had it's dealing with them at checkpoints or, retired and ex, or very sort of choreographed, coordinated, briefings with officers and things like that. But to just spend time with the unit, which is, hugely, it has a real impact to get to know these people. I don't know any journalist, myself included, whose experience embedding with the American military didn't have a net positive impact on their view of that institution. I had a friend come over for the first time. When I was in Iraq last year, I had a colleague come over for the first time to Iraq. Came from California, your classic, urban, sort of narrow views on the military and, negative, overwhelmingly negative. He spent 2 weeks in Anbar with the Marines, and, the change in his viewpoint was really tangible. We had let me think what else. The one embed experience I've ever had of the IDF was the one-day excursion during the Gaza war, which is very sort of choreographed, what journalists would call a dog and pony show. And even that, we got out there, and we started talking to one of the soldiers in the unit, and the IDF spokespeople were all there, Michael Oren included, a major and a captain. And the soldiers started talking to us, and the platoon leader jumped in and said, no, they can't talk. And the spokespeople said, yeah, it's okay, they can talk. And they said no. And in front of all the journalists, they had this really sort of unprofessional, fight over whether or not they could talk. And in the end, they couldn't. And we were all left like, what's going on here? It just seemed really, I mean, the U.S., and I guess the takeaway, the U.S. military at its best under Petraeus really had an attitude towards the press and towards its conflict that the truth was on its side, and that, I was talking, the more complete coverage you got, the broader coverage you got, the better coverage you'd get. The more journalists got to see, the more people got to talk to them, the more people they got to talk to, the better it would be for the U.S. militaries in terms of coverage. And the converse is that when you're being too secretive, or it leaves one with the impression that there's something to hide, even if there may not be something to hide. And related to that, there's this, I think there's a sense that we get here sometimes as journalists and from talking to the IDF spokespeople, I get this sense sometimes also that that we're seen as the enemy here, and again, at its best, the U.S. military definitely didn't see the journalists, didn't see the media as an enemy. They saw them as somebody that was part of the battlefield and somebody that they could really be an effective sort of somebody that was there to get their message out, and that their message was right. They firmly believed, and therefore were, what?
Which has its own problems, of course.
Anyway, that's my sort of that's my 10 cents.
Before I open the discussion, I have a couple of remarks to you, Charles. I'm not so sure to what extent one can compare IDF in Lebanon and Gaza to American Army in Iraq. In 2006, 2008, 9, these were two incursions in and out. It doesn't matter how long it took, 30 days, 33 days. But it's a different sort of kettle of fish from an army staying there for a long period, what it is now, 6 years, and 6.5 years, and capable of, more or less regulating its own presence, behavior, whatever. Although I admit that the principle that you said, the more transparent you are, the better it is, and I certainly would recommend this to the Israeli army. Avi Bnayahu is far from being a general. He is a journalist like you in his professional upbringing. I'm not so sure that he reached the rank of officer in his own. Yeah, he may. Okay, and no matter what his official rank is today. At any rate, that wasn't exactly the issues.
I was about to say, one of the things that happens here, I think, a lot, and one of the things I think this conference is about, is perhaps shifting the focus away. I know that Charlie opened it up, shifting the focus slightly away from Israel, and maybe talking about Iraq, which I think is actually a very important subject.
Yeah. Okay.
So fair enough, but I would like to talk a little bit about Iraq if I could. I talk a lot about Israel.
We'll give both of you a chance to do this. And unlike abusing my role as a moderator and director of this institute, I'd like to direct a question to both of you. Whether they will withdraw or not, we obviously have to wait and see. And I assume that the president will be under pressure to fulfill his own decision. To get out. In assuming that this happens, and assuming that the numbers go down of American soldiers going down dramatically, no matter what will be left, what is your prognosis, the two of you, about stability there? Can there be a one Iraq, or will there be a 2 to 3 state solution, or dissolution? In Iraq, is there an Iraqi military infrastructure or security infrastructure enough to hold this big, geographically speaking and demographically speaking, big state together? And what, if one draws any conclusion from what you just let us hear, your interview, are there many people like him? Is he representing a force in Iraq which will come out once the Americans are out?
I'd say first off that Iraq is, essentially you have 2 states already. Kurdistan is in a lot of respects functions independently of the rest of Iraq. Sort of the story is, you call the Kurdish official and you get his voicemail, in Kirkuk or in, let's say, in Sulaymaniyah, and he's, I'm not here right now, I'm in Iraq for the weekend. That it won't actually, you're not going to see a Shiite South, and the Shiites and the Sunnis aren't going to split. That's not going to happen. Kurdistan won't split off now, and not for the foreseeable future, because it's just the regional conditions, the political conditions aren't. It's not doable. It'd be too explosive. But I think they've set themselves up where they're already essentially functioning autonomously, and when things come to a head conflict-wise, or with the regional politics change such that they're in a position to sort of very quickly and seamlessly move to sort of an independent state.
In terms of, right now you have 120,000 U.S. soldiers in Iraq. That number will stay about there until the elections, whenever they may be. They're supposed to be happening in January. The parliament is sort of stuck on this election law that has to do actually with issues to do with Kurdistan, which is a very, very sort of contentious issue about how Iraq will function. But after these elections, there's supposed to be a very rapid drawdown that is written in the Status of Forces Agreement agreed to between Iraq and the United States, which will see about 50,000 soldiers, or rather U.S. service people in Iraq by the summer. That's a massive drawdown. and very rapid, and we're already seeing that happen. I think the Obama administration wants this war to end. They saw it as not their war. Iraq has reached a measure of stability now that they can do so, I think, barring any unforeseen circumstances, with their head held high. You have to remember in 2006 and 2007, there was a civil war in Iraq. People were being murdered in unbelievable numbers. Neighbors were turning against neighbors. The country was being essentially ripped apart. And I think one of the points that Charlie was trying to make is that the U.S. military really did, in some respects, turn that around. They took advantage of situations that were already there. The sheikhs in Anbar turned against al-Qaeda in Iraq. These were, what you heard in my piece was, there's a homegrown insurgency that is not al-Qaeda related. These are Iraqi nationalists who believe that they are fighting for the good of Iraq. And those people are still there. And I think, as is al-Qaeda in Iraq. One of the things when I look into Iraq's future that I see that it might be very murky, there's many, many things that point to that direction, but one of the main things is that none of these players has been eradicated. None of these situations have been resolved. A lot of them have been deferred, and other people have been temporarily frozen, in a sense. So when the U.S. military went into Anbar province and took all these insurgents and said, we'll pay you, we'll put you on the payroll, we'll get you guarding bases, and we'll get you involved in the political process. And they did, and they were very successful at that. But if you look at what's happening in Anbar province now, all these sheikhs, all these people who were getting lots of money from the Americans and they essentially bought their loyalty. And it was a temporary buying of their loyalty. And now that the Americans are pulling out, there's a huge vacuum. And these guys now feel that they are in some way betrayed by the Americans. They feel that they are now being seen, as this man said, they're now being seen as American stooges, and that they weren't really patriotic at all. They were simply America's lackeys, because America is on its way out. And I think the Iraqi people, in many respects, feel that. Some of them celebrate it. Many of them feel that they don't want to be a country under occupation, which they feel that they are, with so many U.S. soldiers there. But by the same token, America's presence there has had a real and lasting effect and has changed the dynamic in unimaginable ways. And so as they withdraw, I think you're going to see some of these forces realign, and I think there's going to be conflicts that we haven't seen before. I think the Sunni and Shiite conflict that was so prevalent in 2006 and 2007 is essentially, in a way, abated for now. I think...
Can somebody else buy them out? Saudi Arabia, Iran?
It's not a question of buying them out. I mean, one of the things that the Americans tried to do as they were transitioning out is they said, listen, Iraqi government, you start paying these guys. You put them on the payroll, and then they'll be loyal to you. But instead what the Iraqi government did, because it is a Shiite-dominated government, and there is still that contentiousness, is that they arrested them, because they said they didn't want people who had blood on their hands working for them. They also, or they just dismantled the entire operation. And then some of them, that worked well, and they went into politics, and now you see a strong Sunni political bloc, which is actually a good thing for the country, because they were completely underrepresented after the invasion. But you know, I mean, they're not guns for hire. It's not like Saudi Arabia is going to come in and say, hey, you know, I mean, it didn't work like that. The Americans held these people's hands. I mean, you've got to understand that they went and they met these people in their houses, and they said, you know, trust us, come work with us, and we will make this country a better place. And now some of these people are saying, hey, where'd you guys go? You said trust us, work with us, and now you're pulling out. Even though they want Iraq to be an independent country, they want the Americans to leave, it's left a real vacuum with a lot of problems.
Can I just respond? I disagree with some of what Lou said. I think that, first of all, everyone always says very pejoratively about the Sahawi Awakening and the Sons of Iraq, whatever you want to call them, that, oh, they bought them off, this is some cheap maneuver. But you know, that buying them off, I mean, that's what we do. I mean, that's what politics is. You buy people off by giving them a slice of, you know, say in power, by giving them political seats, by giving them money. You know, what's the difference? I mean, in a sense, you know, when your local politician or city councilman paves your street, you know, he's sort of buying your loyalty. You know, I'll give you this in exchange for loyalty. The sort of the nightmare scenario is that once the Americans, after the Americans stop supporting them and paying their salaries, that the Shiite Iraqi government would come in and just just declare this whole program null and void, and that all these people would go back to the insurgency. Hasn't panned out yet, and you know, the Iraqi government is actually managed it, not necessarily right or wrong. We can agree that they were sort of screwed over by the Americans, but the Iraqi government has sort of managed the awakening as sort of like, a stick of salami. They've arrested a few, they've stopped hiring and paying a few, they've given a few, temporary jobs. They're sort of so far sort of weakening this thing and chipping away at it, but without, crossing that tipping point that sort of sends the whole thing back into insurgency. And I think also the Sahwa, these groups realize that the state apparatus is powerful enough now that it's not nearly as easy for these guys to turn back to, it's not nearly as easy for these guys to turn back to organized violence with anywhere near the effectiveness, that they once were. And so, some of the violence we're seeing now is probably, partially attributable to these guys either actively being involved or at the very least not actively, working to stop it. You're no longer ratting out the guy who's smuggling the explosives into the village or whatever. But, the Sahwa has not turned into the apocalyptic scenarios of how this could go wrong hasn't gone wrong. The Iraqi government actually has managed it, fairly well. We may disagree with the way they've handled it and said they should have, been more fair to these guys, but.
We'll open the discussion and.
On the way to Europe, if I could just ask on the way to Europe. I've got it.
Go ahead.
Was the goal, the original military goal, to get rid of Saddam and cheers, we're out of here? And did you get sucked in and sucked in and sucked in beyond what the original goal was? Or was the goal to get rid of Saddam and radically change Iraqi society, and now you're leaving because there's other pressures in other parts of the world? And is this a victory or a defeat or neither?
Let me just add to this that I lost many bets when I was in Brussels, the time the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, and I said the Americans will learn the lessons from our presence in Lebanon, and they will be out in 3 months. These are the longest 3 months that I know of.
I think there's no question that the real driving force behind the initial invasion and early years of the occupation of Iraq was, sort of this would be sort of the domino that reformed the whole region and sort of changed the Middle East once and for all. Things went off the rails. Some more realistic folks, took charge with the mission of, make this right or make this not a total disaster, or else we're this is a nightmare. And these guys lowered expectations significantly and said, all right, 2 or 3 car bombs a week, we can live with that, we're good. And so significantly lowered expectations. Flourishing democracy is no longer the goal. Sufficiently inclusive and legitimate so that there's not, widespread civil war is basically the goal and is acceptable. And so that would be
my thing with Iraq over the years has always been, what did America get out of this? Whatever they went into it for. At this point, I think it's fairly well documented the ideas that they had. But when America leaves, what will they have gotten out of this particular conflict? And I think Charlie's exactly right. I think the expectations have been lowered so dramatically that the idea of a flourishing democracy, the idea that you'd have a stable partner for peace, is a very, very distant memory in the past. Nowadays the expectations are very, very low, and what you don't want is just chaos. And by that expectation, you can declare victory. If you look at 2006 as the benchmark, and you see 2009, then yes, there is victory. If you look at 2003 as the benchmark, and you look at 2009, then I would say that there isn't victory. But unfortunately, I think these questions are all very short-sighted because it's a long view. I think, this is a story that's still being told.
What is for you, for both of you, it's Al-Qaeda in Iraq? What is it? It's a group, an organ, cluster of groups? Has any connections to the Al-Qaeda Central?
I think Al-Qaeda, defining it, I think, is really difficult. And I think even if you ask sort of the most senior American intelligence agents in Iraq, they probably couldn't give you entirely, certain answer. I mean, I guess the closest outcome to defining it was sort of Al-Qaeda in Iraq was sort of the networks of foreign fighters, the guys who came from abroad that didn't really have nationalists. They weren't the honorable resistance. They didn't have nationalist Iraqi sort of motives. They had more jihadi Salafi sort of global jihad sort of motives. They were what the U.S. military would deem irreconcilables. They're not people that the U.S. military could deal with or pay off. They didn't have interests or motives that could you couldn't buy these guys off by saying, okay, we'll give you a seat on the council, the regional council, or we'll give you whatever, more resources for your village. We'll things like that. They weren't reconcilable in that respect. So these were the people that the military said, all right, this is the small group we're not dealing with, and we're going to continue going after them full bore. The rest, we're going to break off the rest, the reconcilables, and buy them off, or make deals with them, and so.
And I think more interesting is that is Al-Qaeda in Iraq, and is the Honorable Resistance, or are any of these groups fully defeated in Iraq? Are they there? Can you ever uproot them now that they're there? Certainly, it's an important question for the stability of Iraq. I mean, this bombing that just happened, 155 killed. Al-Qaeda in Iraq took responsibility for it. So clearly, they still have. It was coordinated. It was powerful, and it had an effect. And it has a political effect, because what do these bombings do nowadays? These bombings say to the people, this government that you've elected, this government that came in, they can't control us. We can still sow fear and devastation. And ahead of elections, that's a very powerful message that's being sent.
But also, I mean, but that's 100% true. I mean, it can absolutely have a political effect. It can undermine Maliki's popularity. It can, alter the course of the elections, et cetera, et cetera. But Al-Qaeda in Iraq does not have a strategic impact.
That it did before, absolutely. I mean, which I think is what my point was in that piece. I mean, he says, I wish it was 2005 again. It's not anymore. People are tired in Iraq. They're exhausted.
But you're taking a picture concerning Al-Qaeda of today. But when the Americans pull out, there will be some sort of a security vacuum or military presence vacuum. And if the Americans and the Pakistani government somehow, corner the Al-Qaeda in Pakistan, Afghanistan,
will they go to Iraq again?
Will they look for another base or an alternative? Is that possible?
That's why I brought up the idea of Afghanistan once having been the forgotten war, and all the attention was on Iraq, and now where's all the attention? It's on Afghanistan. I'm not saying that these groups, are. I mean, the Taliban is obviously the Taliban, and it's based there, and it's I'm not saying the Taliban's going to be infiltrating Iraq anytime soon. What I am saying, though, is that in the same way that we in the news media, in the same way that the U.S. government allocates its resources, so do I think groups of this nature. And I think the most important thing is, as has always been said, is that the Iraqis are able to take care of themselves, that the Iraqis have the military capability and the police capability to do that.
I have two questions, one looking backwards and one forward. The one backwards is that the Bush administration, at least publicly, used the weapons of mass destruction as an excuse or a reason for getting into Iraq. I wondered if either of you have anything to say about, were they smuggled across, or was it just all a bunch of BS? And the second question going forward is, in this vacuum, is there concern now, or do you suspect there will be significant concerns about Iran in terms of their ability to be involved and get their agenda across the border?
Iran was I'll take the first one, because I was actually there when the weapons inspectors were there running up to the war. And I mean, it was very clear to us who were in Baghdad at the time, this is before the invasion, that there were no weapons of mass destruction. When the U.S. government made its very strong case at the United Nations, showing all these places, I was in Baghdad. And the next day, the Iraqis took us to these sites, and sites that had been reviewed before by previous weapons inspectors. And they said, have a look. There's nothing here. Now, could they have had an entire alternate, something going on that we didn't know about, the weapons inspector didn't know about? What they told me at the time, the weapons inspector said, we don't think. It would have to be something so, because we know who all the scientists are. We know where, it would have to be something so elaborate and so completely off the charts for them to have this massive weapons program, where there's still questions, of course, where are certain amounts of, vials of this, but that they were sort of had this massive program that was somehow hidden from the world, was pretty much, I think, discredited. And one of the frustrations for the journalists who were in Iraq at the time was that we kind of understood that, and the rest of the world sort of didn't. Our colleagues among them, by the way, in Washington and other places. I mean, we could have been wrong, but we felt, I don't really think that the reasons for the war are the accurate reasons for the war. And that ended up being the truth. I mean, after the war, there was I went out with people looking, the U.S. military looking for weapons of mass destruction. And, they were out there with going to places, I think I heard something, and they were going out, initially anyway, with sort of metal detectors, and it was farcical. It was, I don't even think they believed that there was something, the smoking gun that they were looking for.
I'm not the lawyer of defense for the American government, but the Iranian story tells you that if a government is bent on somehow keeping this sort of activity secret, then even you couldn't find it.
Well, neither did the U.S. military, then,
yeah.
I guess.
In hindsight, we all know the truth, sure.
I was just going to take the second half of the question about Iranian influence. The Iranians are major power brokers and players in Iraq. I'm constantly surprised. I think they probably have more influence and more impact on the government than you'd probably even guess or realize. But they're major players. That being said, there are a couple significant checks on their influence and a couple of sort of interesting contradictions. Iraqis, even Shiite Iraqis, don't. Iran's not popular in terms of the accusation of being an Iranian stooge or of Iranian meddling in Iraq is not popular in domestic politics. One of Iran's main proxies now in Iraq is Sadr, who historically has been very anti-Iranian, and whose followers, you go to Sadr City, and it's just one after another spewing anti-Iranian vitriol. That's an important check. I mean, these elections are going to be really interesting to watch as far as Iranian influence, comparing the success of sort of a more nationalist, non-sectarian Maliki's non-sectarian nationalist list versus the Iranian list, essentially, which is going to be Iski and the Shia, the old Shia, the Shia and Sadr, the new Shiite alliance, basically. This was Iranian making. They were behind this. They were pushing it, driving it. It was negotiated in Iran. This is the Iran list, the Iran list. So comparing,
The rank and file. I mean, people don't like the Iranians. I mean, the rank and file. That there's a great deal of mistrust. Don't forget, even if they're Shiites, they fought 8 years of war against Iran. I mean, there's a great deal of divisions there. It's a very complicated relationship. But I do believe, as you said, that there's a great deal of influence.
Notice. the government doesn't do anything without. Iran has. The Iranian position matters on every decision the government takes. Whether they go against it or not, who knows? But it matters.
Questions?
I actually wanted to ask about the issue of Iran a bit more. Look, part of the Bush, let's say, part of the surge speech on the 10th of January of 2007 was a very strong, very strident message to the Iranians. And then they arrested the people in Erbil the next day, and battle carrier groups going into the Gulf. The Bush administration, when it made its surge, also sent very strong signals to the Iranians. And it does seem, as you say, in terms of the Shia agenda, the being much more restrained in Iraq over the last year or so. And then there were all these reports of American attempts to discuss with the Iranians in Iraq, about Iraq, and everything. Could you give us a greater sense of what did you feel about these connections? Did you think they developed? And to what extent the American policy on Iran was very much constrained by a sense of vulnerability of what the Iranians could do to American interests in Iraq?
I think they're still constrained. I think American policy very much has an eye towards Iran because of their presence in Afghanistan and Iraq, two places where Iran has a great deal of influence. So, you know, I think definitely the eye on Iran and how that plays out in Iraq is very extremely important. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge restraining. I mean, Iran can cause the U.S. all kinds of problems in Iraq.
And has.
Yeah.
And has.
And if the U.S. wants any sort of honorable exit from Iraq and wants to maintain any of the gains it's sort of achieved over the past couple of years, you know, it can only anger Iran so much.
But Iran doesn't also have I think also Iran is, that's a button that I don't think they necessarily want to push. You know, it's always been a very delicate balancing act. How far into chaos do you want Iraq to go? I mean, I think during the Civil War, they thought that was too far. I mean, I think they really felt that was that Iraq. I mean, nobody wants to have a chaos, a state, you know, that is in absolute chaos neighboring you. You want it just enough to keep the Americans busy and to remind them in what neighborhood they're in, but do you want it to spin out of control? And I think the Iranians actually worked quite hard to pull back Sadr, for example, who was one of the main people who was involved and his people rather, you know, involved in fomenting the civil war. So, you know, all the ceasefires that the Sadrists have observed have been at the behest of Iran. Yeah. So they play a deep game in Iraq. It's not that it's not a net win. So chaos in Iraq, bad for the Americans, means good for Iran. That's not true.
U.S. commanders used to you know, the couple that I spoke with, their assumption was that Iran wanted enough violence so that enough violence so that the Americans were busy and tied down in Iran, but not too much so that they actually had to pull out. They didn't want Iran. They were afraid that if Americans left, then they'd be able to turn their attention full onto Iran. So they wanted to keep them in Iran. Iraq, I mean, sorry. I mean, they wanted enough violence so that the place didn't spiral out of control and they had chaos on their borders, but they didn't want so much that the Americans said, "To hell with this, we're out of here. We'll worry about it now. We'll deal with Iran."
Let me interject with my own question. One of the indicators or barometers, if you want, to what are the expectations for the future in terms of stability once the Americans pull out, is economy. How do the Iraqi or how the affluent part of the society, how does it behave? Do you know if there is fleeing of capital? What do you know about the foreign investments, the FDIs, the foreign?
I'll leave that to the Wall Street Journal.
I mean, there's a huge amount of interest in coming into Iraq. I mean, you're starting from, you know, below zero, and you know everything from, you know, cement. You know, the places like, I forget the numbers, 250,000, I think, housing unit shortage, maybe even, I can't remember the numbers, but it's an astronomical number. So I mean, basic things like building, you know, services. I mean, there's a huge, and there's companies that are you know, chomping at the bit to get in. It hasn't really started to come full bore. There's been some, but it hasn't really started to flow. That's partly because of, you know, regulation issues and people still sort of hesitant about security issues and waiting to see sort of which, you know, making sure this is going to hold. So I think it's there, and you know, the oil companies also sort of, you know, they're starting to now compete and bid. You know, it hasn't really gone right yet. You know, the first round of oil bidding was sort of a failure, I think. But you know, I think we're on the brink of when we'll see sort of a significant inflow, and it's certainly out there and ready to come. And Iraq can certainly absorb it, and there's a hunger for it and a thirst for it. So, you know, I think once you cross that tipping point, you know, the potential is there for a huge, you know, capital inflow of investment and things like that.
I think the political situation, when the elections happen, I think people want to know who they're going to deal with. So I think, you know, that's one of the big breaks. I mean, it's interesting that Maliki was in America promoting this big investment conference while actually his parliament was blocked when they were trying to talk about this election law that's, you know, the focus is on investment. He realizes, I think Iraqis realize that, you know, for there to be a sort of stability long term, people need to have money in their pockets. There needs to be, I mean, the state is still the biggest employer in Iraq, still. Like I said, a quarter of all Iraqis are employed by the Interior Ministry. Forget the state, just the Interior Ministry. Security jobs are the only jobs going, and not anymore because, of course, when oil revenues fell, that was frozen. So, you know, I think you can't overestimate the hunger for investment. I think you'll see a lot more of it after the elections than you do now.
No, yeah.
The 1 in 4 seems to me quite inflated because I remember that.
Well, 1 in 4
if,
male-aged. I mean, there's
because
1 in 4 male-aged Iraqis who
even
can,
in Eastern Germany.
No, I meant like 1 in 4 males
okay.
who are, you know, of military age who can.
Please.
Yeah, I have 2 questions. First, you talked about Iraq as if it were one unit, but actually Kurdistan is acting differently. So could you please comment on the relationship between Kurdistan and Baghdad, and also the relationship between Kurdistan and the United States? This is one question. And the other is, from what I read from the press, there is not much interest in Israel.
Use the microphone.
There isn't much interest in Israel in the Iraqi press. Could you tell us anything about this?
I'll let him speak of Kurdistan. I haven't been there in a while. I mean, I mean, the interest in Israel? No, there isn't. It might come as a surprise. No, I mean, you know, you had Mithral al-Alusi who came to Israel, and then they wanted to, you know, put the death penalty on him when he came back to parliament. I mean, there's clearly, I mean, I don't think that I don't think that the Iraqi government or indeed the Iraqi people want to shake hands with Israel. But they have a complicated relationship. You know, there's a great deal of resentment towards the Palestinians in Iraq. You know, the Iraqi, under Saddam Hussein, they were given a lot of preferential treatment. And when the invasion happened, and they were real targets, people felt very, very angry at the Palestinians. So I wouldn't say that the Palestinians are heroes either there. But there isn't a focus. They don't follow the news here. There isn't a sort of, as many countries here in the region are, they're consumed with their own affairs.
And I mean, just to follow up, I mean, the U.S. influence, I think, also has had an impact in tamping down sort of, you know, if you're a close ally with America, you don't win any friends by going off.
I mean, Jalal Talabani, you know, has met Israeli officials, and I think that you know, although he was vilified for that in the Iraqi press, their focus is not on this particular conflict.
Well, this brings to an end a long day and an interesting session. I do thank those who survived the whole day. It wasn't so difficult because we really had fantastic sessions and fantastic speakers saying and telling us their experiences and their accumulated knowledge. And I do thank the 2 panelists on my panel, Lulu and Charles, and all the speakers who really contributed to a better knowledge in Israel of circumstances, situations in neighboring countries to which it is very difficult for Israelis to go visit and see for their own eyes, in their own eyes. Many thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. Behind you. Thank you so much.